drinks the most is heading for a treat. And he'll get there on his own 2 feet. One step, 2, 3, 4. 2 steps, 2, 3, 4. 3 steps, 3, 4. 4 steps. 4. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Dark, but until then, it's high fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. Ties his shoes with a double knot.
Howdy, y'all. I don't have much of a plan today, but I was looking at or noticed some patch, or not patches, some like news posts. One that I had missed that's actually like 9 days old now from Arrowhead, and then one that's not that old but just a couple days old from Embark. And I would just wanted to read and talk about kind of like the future path that it seems like we're taking with Helldivers and Arc Raiders. Of course, first we've got to guess our Laudel. I have no idea who says this. Like, not even a little bit.
Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master.
I don't know who this is.
Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master.
Who
Fear
is
the assassin
this?
with no master. Fear the assassin with no master.
Who is this?
Fear the assassin with no master.
This doesn't sound like anybody to me.
Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master.
Who the fuck is this?
Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master. Fear the assassin with no master.
There's way too many generic women in League nowadays. I mean, and generic men, honestly. Like, I don't know, the spirit of champions nowadays is just gone to me. So I just have, like, no idea. Aurora, maybe? It's like a champion I don't know about. Okay, so I've played them because that's, like, the only people I haven't played. Mel? I don't play Mel. I don't know what Mel sounds like. Fuck! I don't really know Ziri. Jesus Christ. Who is this? Maybe Zaya? No, I didn't think so. It didn't sound like Zaya. Kiana has, like, a distinct voice. The thing is, like, they used to just, like, everything about characters was so distinct. Now I just feel like they're really not. But there's some older ones that aren't distinct either. Like, I couldn't tell you a single goddamn Quinn line. Other than, Valor, to me! Like... So there are older champions that are generic as shit, too, but... I don't know, it just feels like a huge chunk of these newer, like, characters have just no personality. Who the fuck is this? Maybe Gwen? I don't really know what Gwen... No?
Fear the assassin with no master.
This doesn't sound like anybody to me. Like, it sounds like a younger character. Dude, I'm gonna guess every woman. There's like some that I just like, I'm certain it's not them. Because, like, honestly, a lot of the ones I guessed first, I was pretty sure it wasn't them. I was like, before I heard the voice, I was like, maybe that's a Talon quote, maybe that's a Zed quote, maybe that's a Kang quote. But then once I heard it, I was like, yeah, it's definitely not Fiora. It could be Yanara because I don't know Yanara. It could be Nyla because I don't know Yanara. Or, I mean, it could be these people because I literally don't know what any of these 5 people sound like. I didn't actually think it was Zaya. I mean, fuck me. Who is this? Caitlyn has a distinct voice, it's not Caitlyn. Misfortune has a distinct voice, it's not Misfortune. Briar actually has a pretty distinct voice, it's not Briar. It's not Jinx. It's not Tristana, it's not Poppy. It's not Diana, it's not Kaisa. It's not Ashe. It's not Sivir. I don't... Actually, is it Sivir? Could be Sivir. No. I was like, I don't really know what Sivir's voice is. I don't remember. I'm, like, pretty sure it's not Ashe. It's definitely not Vayne. It's definitely not Vi. I haven't listened to Shyvana's new voice lines, but if that's Shyvana's voice, they're tripping. Definitely not Fiora. Definitely not Lux. It's too, like, deep. Definitely not Kale, not righteous enough. Definitely not Lulu, not fairy enough. Definitely not Ari, not lustful enough. Definitely not Annie, not a child. Definitely not Nidalee. Nidalee has a deeper, like, breathiness to her voice. Talia has, like, a youngness to her voice. It's higher pitched. Riven's really generic. Maybe it's Riven. Like, Riven I could not... Okay, no. I was like, I don't think Riven has this distinctive vocal lines at all. I mean, I don't think Quinn has distinctive vocal lines, no. Maybe Akali? Akali's super generic. It's Akali. I was about to say, Akali's generic as shit, too. God damn. That's Kiana. I think it's her E? Is it her E? Yeah. It's either Fiora or Pantheon. It's either a French baguette for Fiora or it's Pantheon because he's a baker. Let's go Pantheon. Leona? No, Fi. She has a baker skin. Leona does have a baker skin. Too. Okay, it's Fiora. Why did it give us redhead? Fiora's not a redhead. This is Pool Party Lee Sin. Okay. Now that that travesty is out of the way, I want to first talk about the Helldivers one because it's older, but let's see. So, I thought this was kind of interesting because they actually address a lot of the core criticisms that and I think most people actually do have with the game right here. So it says, "To our dedicated citizens of Super Earth, we've been following your feedback over the past few days and seeing the conversations across the Helldivers community." Days? Days? Don't you mean months to year? It like, Helldivers has had a major problem for more than a year. For more than a year. I mean... I tried it out back in April, or I didn't even play it. I opened it. To be genuine, I think the last time I actually played the game was probably on stream. And, I mean, if we go back, when's the last time I played Helldivers? Because the last time I played Helldivers, I went unhinged on the game. And that was back... Oh my god, it's been so long. Holy shit. Okay, I'm actually struggling to find it. God damn. Dude, it's been 8 months. I haven't played it this year. So, yeah, I've been pretty pissed at the game for a while because it's just had, like, disastrously bad patches that have felt entirely disconnected from the community and what we want out of the game. So, I don't know what they mean by days. Maybe the last few days are the first few days that they've been listening. Helldivers 2 matters to all of us, and we want to be clear about what we're working on and what's coming next. Alongside new content, we're focused on improving the core of the game: stability, progression, and the galactic war. Now, those are pretty good. The performance of the game was really bad last time Gabby and I played it. Progression is a joke. It's all entirely like paywall, basically, which also kind of stops me from wanting to get back into it, because when you've been in it, it's not paywalled. But when you've been out of it, it's suddenly just paywalled. And it's hard to jump back into the game. So progression, I didn't think was a problem, but now that I've been out of it, the last couple times I've been like, well, that battle pass does look pretty good, but to get it, I'd have to drop $20, or not really $20, probably like $10. Drop $10, then I'd have to grind out medals to unlock each thing in the pass. To be honest, after playing some Far Far West pretty consistently, I gotta say, their version of progression should be adopted immediately. You should be finding, like, the progression system for Far Far West is so much better. Having all of the individual weapons, instead of being in passes, just be part of a catalog that you unlock via, like, things you select and then work towards, would be much better for one. But two, like, it allows you to do a broader thing. So, like, there's a lot more content, I think, in Helldivers than in Far Far West, because it's so new. So I'd say you probably want to be able to, like, instead of one gun at a time, unless it's very quick comparatively, maybe do, like, per equipment slot. But anyways, the Galactic War has been honestly a joke ever since it felt cool at first, especially when we had, like, the first black hole, but nothing meaningful has happened in player choice and what we do as a community in the Galactic War since, like, the meme of the moderately impaired orphans or whatever. Since we decided to save the orphans instead of getting the dumb landmines that were bad. Like, we basically haven't had anything cool happen in the Galactic War since that. And that was, like, the first year. So, that's been, like, 2 or 3 years now. Alongside new content, we're focused on improving the core of the game: stability, progression, and Galactic War. Below, we pulled together answers to some questions we're seeing across Reddit, Discord, and X. We'll keep sharing more as we go. What is the team focused on right now? What are their current priorities? Right now, a major focus for the team is improving meta progression and the Galactic War. That shouldn't be the primary focus, I don't think. Meta progression could mean a lot of things. We've significantly expanded the team working in this area, reflecting how important these long-term systems are for the overall player experience. Progression in the Galactic War is, to me, not the primary concern. The primary concern is actually, like, the balance, because how the fights in Helldivers feel less fun. The balance has been bad for a while. Having to use explosive weapons to fight the swarms feels less good. Like, it used to be, especially, like, in the beginning of the Illuminate, that it felt pretty fun that you could take in, like, machine guns and, like, actually just be gunning everything down with machine guns. But like everything else, it's just devolved into, well, you gotta use explosives. You just gotta use explosives because it's better against everything. Explosives are the only thing you can use. Because it's fun fighting swarms, but the non-explosive AoE options need to be just as good against fighting swarms. And there's a lot of things you could do for that, but, like, I'm not nearly as concerned about meta progression in the Galactic War as I am just making sure that the core gameplay is really fun. And I think the core gameplay is still fun-ish, but it's drifted so far away from feeling, like, rewarding in, like, a chaotic way that's good, and more just like, oh, there's, like, shit popping out of the ground all the time that I can't react to unless I shoot the ground with explosive weapons. Oh, there's a bunch of enemies that literally don't take damage unless I'm hitting them with fucking explosive weapons. Oh, there's enemies who have health pools split across multiple weak points to where I can only efficiently take them down if I'm hitting them in the core with explosive weapons. Oh, there's a bunch of enemies who are armored in a way that I can really only efficiently kill them by hitting them with explosive weapons, because all of my projectile weapons are just going to deflect off of their armor, or do reduced damage to where I can't, I will just run out of ammo too quickly. Or, fire weapons used to be an okay alternative to explosive weapons, but now you've nerfed how fire damage works, so now I can't even use that when they were already only B tier compared to fucking explosive weapons. So it's just like, it's a PvE game. There's none of the weapons should be bad. And a lot of the weapons are bad. Like, and you can say just play on lower difficulty, but the lower difficulties are also not fun. It goes like 1 through 3 difficulty. You literally, for one, can't progress things by, like, playing on difficulty 1 through 3. But also, there's so few enemies, the game is genuinely fucking boring. And then 4 through 5 are also kind of fucking boring. You basically have to play on at least difficulty 6 to get things done. But then every point over 6, it just, like, becomes more required that you use specific weapons. And I'd say, for me, the sweet spot of the game is, like, has been, like, 7 or 8. At least historically, but nowadays, with all the, like, new specialized enemies and the nerfs to how durability or how, like, fall-off damage has worked for both distance and resistance factors, has just made it a goddamn slog to fight with anything that's not explosive. The goal is to deliver deeper progression and more engaging Galactic War with features like more meaningful rewards and community progression systems. Depending on what that means, that could be great. Evolving major orders into longer, multi-week themed campaigns. That would be incredibly good, because the Galactic War did feel really cool in the beginning, and it's felt literally pointless the last, like, 2 years. Branching outcomes to create clearer stakes and consequences, Blaze. I mean, there literally hasn't ever been this. It's always been like they have an end goal, and it's really like, it doesn't matter what we actually do, that end goal gets met eventually, no matter what. The last time there was any even illusion of stakes was the attack on Earth, on Super Earth. Start to see the first results of this work this summer. In multiple updates, there have been hidden changes to weapons or enemies. Why were they not announced in patch notes? This has been huge. Because, like, every time we ask for balance changes, you give us the balance change that we asked for, but then undo that balance change. Or, like, basically make that balance change irrelevant in a secret patch that came with the patch. So it's like, okay, we wanted all these guns to not suck ass. You gave buffs to those guns that should have made them not suck ass, but then hid buffs on enemies, or changed how, like, fire damage was even calculated, so now those buffs are actually nerfs. This actually, to me, was the number one thing, is that you just kept making playing the game feel worse. It doesn't matter, this stuff above is nice, but it doesn't matter if the core gameplay sucks. And this was making the core gameplay suck. It was making it miserable. And it was making it feel like we couldn't trust you. Because we'd ask for something, and then even when you delivered on it, we'd go, okay, but how did you actually fuck us? It's like, okay, you handed us food, and it's like, but you spit in it, right? You made us this nice soup, but it's full of piss, isn't it? You pissed in the soup, didn't you? We want our patch notes to be clear and complete as possible. The level of detail that matters to our players. In some cases, changes have not been communicated with clarity. The clarity we intended. And we are continuing to improve our internal processes so patch notes more accurately reflect gameplay adjustments. Okay, but this doesn't answer... Oh. This doesn't answer why. Why has this ever been true? Because really it feels like you don't want to listen to us. You don't want us to have fun. And you don't trust that our opinions on your PvE game, like, our opinions are correct. And then you just go, fuck it, we know better, and give us the finger. We're also working on how to explain balance updates more clearly, especially when a change can have effects across multiple weapons, enemies, and gameplay systems. That did not answer the question. That did not answer the question. Clarity, you guys have a problem with clarity. You always have had a problem with clarity. It's still insane to find out a bunch of stats in the game. You have to go to the wiki. Like, why the fuck? So, like, again, this game Far Far West that I've been playing that is very much like Helldivers, it has, like, a bestiary. Why is there not an in-game enemies data log that you unlock as you encounter enemies, where you can learn their weaknesses in-game? Why the fuck isn't that in the game? It's so basic. Instead, we have to go to the wiki to find out what the weak spots of enemies are and how to effectively fight them. Otherwise, you as a player, you have to trial and error what works. And there's too many things in the game to trial and error things. I shouldn't have to have my phone out going, okay, like, how do I kill this thing? And looking up how you kill something. That's dumb. There's so much this game lacks in clarity and has lacked in clarity. I had been asking for some kind of, like, you know, combat log forever. And I know you guys could do it. You track, like, our kill stats and stuff. Fucking just do it. We will get more frequent updates about the game. Yes, improving how regularly and clearly we communicate is a priority for us. We're moving towards more consistent communication updates with deeper conversations happening more often. That would be very good. But only if you're actually clear. I still don't trust you. Until it happens, I don't fucking trust you. You've been fucking lying for like almost 3 years. You guys are... You're just fucking liars. Every single time we've been promised something, you give us a half-truth on that promise, and then we get fucked behind the scenes. So, until I see it, I just do not trust you, Arrowhead. I do not fucking trust you. You guys are liars. In the near term, the conversation will be focused on bigger issues we're seeing from players, including tech and performance. I mean, your performance has always been bad. But, admittedly, this is the area where you guys have improved the most. So, if I was going to trust you on one thing, it would probably be this. Because, like, occasionally there is a bug that it has, like, egregious performance. But performance is the thing where you guys have actually delivered the most. The like, data bloat update you guys did, truly magnificent. So, if I'm going to give you guys credit, tech and performance improvements have been the only sector in which you guys have not lied and have delivered. I will give you credit there. Arrowhead, you have improved tech and performance consistently. That being said, this is lower priority for me because you've already done most of it for me. The vision for game balance moving forward. I mean, your vision is antithetical to what the community wants. And there should probably be more asymmetrical balance between the factions. It's pretty clear to me at this point that the identity... So I haven't played in a minute, but I have kept up with the game. At least I haven't played on stream. I've jumped in just to try out new enemies each time they've added new enemies and something to get an idea for them. To me, it's pretty pretty clear that the identity for the faction like the automatons should actually be non-swarm based. Like, it should be smaller squads of elite enemies. Much smaller squads. Especially with some of the giga enemies you've added to the automatons. Automatons should be moving in small elite squads at this point. Because, I mean, honestly, fighting the automatons when they swarm at the same level as the Illuminate and the Terminids, it's unplayable. It's unplayable when you get swarmed by these larger enemies. It's actually incredibly unfun. The automatons used to be my favorite faction, and they could still be my favorite faction, but it's very obvious to me that the asymmetrical balance that needs to be happening is that they are non-swarm based. That they might fall, that you fight much smaller quantities of enemies that are much more elite, much more dangerous. Because, like, as is, when you get swarmed by, I don't remember what they're called, but when you get swarmed by, like, 4 of these giga elite enemies, it's like the only way you can even fight them is to cheat. And to, like, use exploitative systems. And this is not a get good, like, you can't just say get good. No, the tools that exist in the game do not exist for you to be able to fight these enemies at the volume that you fight them. They do not exist. Player progression and broader player experience with the Galactic War. I just don't know what that fucking means. You've got to explain yourself more on what this actually means. Not this part, I think, but player progression experience. Like, we need to know what that means. So this just doesn't mean anything to me. this is the most important one to me, and I just don't know. Like, you guys have failed so spectacularly in this regard consistently. I just don't know. I just don't know. There's so much in the game that has been so useless for so long. For me to trust you on balance, I need to see three things. I need to see distinct balance asymmetry between the factions, so that different weapons are good against different factions, and different strategies are good against different factions. This is deeply untrue right now. Right now, explosive weapons are the best across the board. Bullet-based guns are bad across the board. You are a PvE game. You should have... there's always going to be a meta. Like... there's always going to be a meta. Most effective tactics available. There's always going to be a meta. But the range of success between the top and bottom should not be what it is. The bottom in this game is unusable. The bottom in this game has zero use case. Whereas the top in this game has goddamn universal use case. Every weapon should be viable against at least one faction. I am not saying every gun needs to be viable against every faction. Every gun should be usable and not feel like you're taking a voluntary nerf by holding it against at least one faction. The Illuminate used to feel this way. I liked the new units y'all added, but prior to the new units, arc weaponry, the electric weapons, were phenomenally S tier against the Illuminate. Every electric burst weapon was S tier against the Illuminate, and then you added the new units, and suddenly every electric weapon was useless against the Illuminate. I don't know if there was other changes on top of that, but like the Blitzer and the Blitzer was amazing. I forget the secondary weapon that fires lightning. That was incredible. The Tesla the Tesla tower was incredible. All of those things were incredible against the Illuminate. And then you added the new units, and now they're unusable. They're just completely unusable. On top of that, there are Illuminate enemies that just, the number of effective weapons is so narrow as to make them kind of unfun in general. Initially, the meat wads, I don't remember what they're actually called. I've always called them meat wads. The meat wads could be effectively taken down with fire weapons and things like the Stalwart. Now there is no reason to use anything against them other than, like, the Plasma Punisher, I'm blanking on the rifle that fires the explosive rounds, and the one that charges up the plasma shots. Those are the only three guns that work against them now. Same with like the walkers, the like tripod walkers. Those things used to be pretty effective to kill them with a multitude of weapons, and now it kind of feels like the only fucking thing you can take them down with is like one-shot rocket weapons. And then the large, like, manta ship, the like, giga large one, that one can literally only even be taken down by, like, 3 weapons. And you can't use stratagem, like, basically none of the stratagems in the game against it effectively target it at all. So you can't even use stratagems against it. It's so awkward to fight because it just feels like it was integrated into the game poorly. And then, like I said, the automatons at this point, the volume of hard to kill elite enemies that just create tons of AoE explosions that like ragdoll you around is so high that if you're playing on any high difficulty where all 4 of the members on the party aren't all running the perfect loadouts and you aren't killing things the moment they appear on screen, you're just going to get overwhelmed instantaneously, and then you're never going to be able to recover. Like the inability to recover against the automatons is insane. Whereas the automatons used to be some of my favorite to play against, because again, they had this asymmetry where you could use a bunch of precision weapons to hit their weak spots, because they were super weak to headshots and to their vital spots. The key asymmetry to the automatons should be that all of their units have precise locations that when you hit them with a wide range of weapons, you one-shot them, or close to one-shot them, or kill them in insanely quick time to kills, even with much weaker weaponry. And they should have limited squad sizes of these elite units that incentivize, like, attacking the units from multiple angles so that you can get their weak spots. That should be what's incentivized. And then the Terminids, of course, they just swarm you. They should be swarming you with easy to kill, unlimited numbers of enemies. And the problem with the Terminids, once again, is that a too high number of their units can either approach you without getting hit, have huge health pools, what does that smell? Maybe someone's barbecuing. Too many of their numbers. Too many of their numbers. Too many of their numbers are too durable, have too high armor values, and can approach you in a way that you cannot stop without having explosive weaponry. This is a problem. Like, the burrower enemies, in general, terrible. They're one of the worst additions I feel like I've ever seen. The burrowing enemies, I hate them. Like, they literally are only counterable via explosive weapons. And the Terminids are the #1 enforcers of just every weapon you need to have needs to be AoE explosive. You used to be able to use things like machine guns and shotguns and flamethrowers and poison. And fuck, even the Blitzer was pretty decent. And it's just not true anymore. What quality of life upgrades and changes will we see for Galactic War? Maybe variations in reward type, like when we used to get stratagems as rewards. Will we do more community-driven events with rewards like that? Good news! Updates to the Galactic War and rewards are coming this summer. We've seen the feedback around rewards and want them to feel more distinctive and more meaningful, and more worthy of the battles you're fighting. This includes adding greater variety to rewards and bringing them back for more excitement. Players have called out including things like stratagem unlocks and more community-driven moments. We also want the Galactic War itself to feel more reactive to players' actions, with events and outcomes that carry more weight. This doesn't mean anything to me. Because, like, what does that mean to you? To me, it would mean that we get player progression, giving us access to more things that is more meaningful. So yes, giving us more usable weapons, stratagems, cosmetics, and world events would be great. Because, like, honestly, I mean, I would give you guys a little bit of money, like, every other month. I would give you guys, like, $10 every other month when I was playing this for the first year. In the first year that I played this game, I bought the game, and I probably spent $60 additional on the game. I stopped doing that. One, because I was playing it enough that I was getting enough super credits that I didn't need to anymore. But also, I stopped feeling like I was getting a reward for the money I was spent. Because it felt, whenever I didn't play for a while, that it was required that I spent money. But then even when I spent money, I had to do tons of grinding just to unlock the things that I had spent money on. It doesn't feel good. I maintain that if you guys need to be able to make additional income to keep supporting the game, I understand that. And I want to give you guys additional income when you give me things, like, when you support the game in a way that I enjoy. I want to. And it could be dumb, useless cosmetics, like ship cosmetics, making our ships more like a little hangout zone. I just think the game, I think at this point, it's not this deep into the life of the game. It worked at first. This deep into the life of the game. The fact that you need to buy and unlock things in the battle passes is problematic. I think the items and equipment you unlock needs to be disjointed from super credits, and you guys need to find a new system of things for us to use super credits on. And then once you do that, remove our ability to farm super credits. I mean it. Remove our ability to farm super credits. Remove the necessity for super credits to be used on armor and weapons entirely, and have a different progression system for weapons and cosmetics. Or not cosmetics. I want cosmetics. Weapons and armor types. Maybe make the cosmetics of the armor entirely microtransaction based, but make the effects of the armor be unlockable. Kind of like, again, Far Far West, which a lot of its effects are tied to these cards that you can equip to your guns and your character itself. Instead, you need to make the effects of armor and the stats of armor, like, maybe just select a light class, a medium class, or a heavy class armor, and then the effects, and then they have, like, effect slots, and you just insert effects, like trait slots, that you unlock via gameplay and nothing else. And then the cosmetics of those armor, make them entirely something we purchase via microtransactions. I know you guys have said, we want the realism of the armor to reflect their effects. That's always been bullshit. That's always been bullshit. You guys have put the augmented throw effect on a shitload of armor that doesn't have mechanical hands. Or visibly mechanical hands. Like, the effects you add to armor have nothing to do with the cosmetic visuals of the armor. It's always been bullshit. Drop this realism nonsense. You are like you're a jingoistic like space parody where we get ragdolled 10,000 feet through the air and then don't die. You have armor that has a passive that just gives you a chance to survive any damage. There's no realism. There's no realism. The realism is a joke. Stop using realism as an excuse to kneecap your game. None of us fucking care about realism. We're fighting robots, aliens, and space bugs. Shut the fuck up about realism. No one is playing your game for realism. This is not Tarkov. I do not fucking care. It will be better for the health and income for your studio. Drop realism. Okay, where were we? Including things like strategy unlocks and community-driven moments. We also want Galactic War itself to feel more active player actions with a carrying more mate. We'll be sharing more details soon on how this connects progression and overall experience. Will you ever have public beta testing? What is your beta testing process like now? Yes, expanding how we test updates with players is a priority for us. This definitely needs to happen. Steam has beta, like beta options, and it's crazy that they've never used them, and it constantly feels like the things that happen were tested internally by like 6 guys who don't know how to play the fucking game and don't understand why other people are playing the game. We're exploring having more closed and public beta testing with the goal of getting broader feedback, especially for balance changes before they go live. One of the challenges is finding the right balance between testing changes openly and not spoiling upcoming content or narrative elements tied to Galactic War. We don't care about here's the thing. You don't need to test narrative elements and stuff in a beta. You just need balance. The balance changes are the entire problem you guys have. The balance changes are the entire problem you guys have. You will not ruin narrative elements or Galactic War stuff by giving us beta tests for stratagems and weapons that are not out yet. Enemies, maybe. That's a little more hard, I'll admit. But you do not need to worry about pre-testing narrative elements. It's fine to roll those out and for some of them to be less good and just find out that way. The fact that you guys haven't figured that out, though, over time, like which narrative elements and Galactic War elements do and do not work, is fucking insane to me. Today we run closed playtests that cover both new content and balance changes, as well as widely internal studio playtests. Going forward, we're looking at ways to separate these out so we can test balance more openly where it makes sense. I mean, that's good. That's what I was saying. Overall, our goal is to expand the footprint of our testing programs and bring more of the community into the process over time. Why did you put exosuits in the Exo Experts War Bond? Does this mean we won't get an exosuit for free ever again? The goal with the Exo Experts War Bomb was to create something that felt thematically strong and exciting with exosuits as a core part of the fantasy. I don't know if they rebalanced exosuits, but exosuits were kind of fucking dog shit in how they felt to play. So, like, I don't actually have an opinion on those. I'd have to try them to see if they actually feel good. That said, we've seen the feedback around how that landed, especially when it comes to expectation around how players unlock major gameplay items like exosuits. I mean, this is what I was saying. We've moved to... The game is out enough, and there's enough content that, especially for players who have taken a break, it is ridiculous. Like, the only way I'm gonna get to experience that content is either start playing and not get to be part of that content for, like, weeks of grinding, or give you money. And I don't know if I want to give you money, because I don't know if the content's fun. You see the problem? I don't know if it's worth money. I don't know. I don't know if the experience of having that content is worth giving you money for it. So instead, just make it cosmetics. Just make all of the gameplay elements free, and then make the cosmetic of the armor free. Make it free. Also, for God's sake, you added this weapon attachment. Just like thinking back to the balance, you added this weapon mod system, and then never fucking did anything with it. It's crazy how useless that system is. More broadly, we want to strike the right balance between what's included in war mods and what's available through gameplay, so that rewards feel both exciting and fair. And to be clear, yes, you will be getting other vehicles through gameplay in the future. When will we get new red stratagems and ship modules? We've got teams actively working on both new red stratagems, evolving ships, and player progression to level 150 and beyond. Our goal is to expand these areas in ways that add meaningful new options to support different playstyles rather than just adding more for the sake of it. We're sharing more details as these get closer to release. Salute. So, I'm glad they had this communication here, but I still think this is woefully inadequate. And, again, if we just continue to look at these updates, I just never trust them. Like, this is the opposite of, like, what we wanted out of things. You made it beefier and increased its armor in its main body. Like, what was I just saying? This is the opposite of what needs to happen. Got new biomes, which is cool, but exosuits got buffed, which is good. They needed to. I think automatons and lumens do damage reasonably well against the vehicles, especially now with the changes to the exosuits. Termins, however, have fallen behind a bit in their ability to deal with vehicles, so we have made some buffs to... Like, no. Like, again, like, okay, you buffed the suits. I mean, I guess I'd have to experience that one, but on paper, this, again, seems like, okay, you buff it, but then you undo the buffs. Gas effects, now it's also slows the enemies with 25% when they are confused by the gas, so of course also affects you. Larger enemies like the Bile Titan and Factory Destroyer that do not become confused are also therefore not slowed. Why? Sidearm weapons, we got some pretty meaningless changes. It's just every time I look at these, it just like the balance changes in particular just make me sad because I'm like, this isn't meaningful. This isn't what we wanted to see. I mean, that's a good change. The Bile Titan hitbox versus visuals has always been insanely not good. Why? Why? tanks. Like, this is exactly what I was saying I don't want to see. You made their vent health pool larger. Increased armor and back fence from heavy 3 to 4. So their weak spots aren't weak spots anymore. Like, what are you talking about? It's just, I was just talking about this, and it's like, this is what we get. We constantly get you buffing enemies in ways that is antithetical to the asymmetrical balance that we want to see in the game. Anyway, let's go to one. Let's go to the Embark one. Before that, I just say, I also think Embark is fucking things up.
Raiders?
And I think most people do.
Wow, they never asked me the question like that. They never asked me the question like that. They always ask it to be different. Let me tell you the honest truth here. I was so excited for Arc Raiders, and I told everybody, I said, listen, I don't know if this game will last, but
Me too.
You got to play it for the first couple months. It'll be the most fun game you've ever played. And
It was.
I was right.
Dude, it was fun as fuck, yeah.
I'm a little disappointed. I just gotta be honest. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a little disappointed. I wish it had kept going. I wish I.
Arc Raiders has not had one good update since it came out. Not one.
Gone the direction that I wish it did.
You were hoping for it?
Yeah. I'm still hoping for it. I'm still rooting for it. I mean, those guys get on their horse and start running. I'll be supporter number one. I will be supporter.
Okay.
I will be on the front lines.
Miss Arc Raiders?
Yeah, that's the what I'd say in a large way is kind of like the voice, like the most popular public face of Arc Raiders is Peanut, and like there's a reason he hasn't been playing it either. I haven't played it in a while now. We're looking at Arc Raiders. I don't think I've touched the game since, February. It's been 3 months. And I played this game, like, almost every single day for, like, 3 or 4 months straight. I fucking love this game. I still kind of love the game, and I'm sad that I'm, okay, I got, like, 190 hours. I know people have, like, 1,000 hours. And I played it mostly solo, and I was having a goddamn blast. The big problem has been the balance updates, like with Arrowhead, do not seem to understand why people like the game. And the core endgame for the game is also misunderstood. I had a rant video that talked about this, that actually blew up a little bit. At least for me. It blew up for me. It didn't go, like, viral or anything, but it blew up for me. For my small bean ass. But, let's, like I said in that video, I think the core enjoyment of the game is that this game is actually not really an extraction shooter in the traditional sense of what, like, games like Tarkov have really established, and other extraction shooters that have entered the scene like Marathon. It's not like that at all, because those, like, for those games, PvP is the core of the game, and the cycle of loot is supported by PvP. In this game, I would say Arc Raiders is more like an extraction MMO, where the end game is that there is raid bosses. The end game content is raid bosses, and they need to develop the balance and content around that idea, that the end game is raid bosses. A matter of fact, the entire system of having resets, meaningless. They should probably just remove it. It needs to be balanced that way. And like I've said, the loot's not very exciting in the game. They need like the best thing Embark does is add new enemies, which is good because fighting the enemies is the core of the game. Getting loot to fight more enemies so that you can get more loot to fight more enemies is the core of the game, with the end point of those being raid bosses. With PvP in the game basically just being like, well, it's an always-on PvP zone in MMOs. So anyone could be a treacherous little dick at any time if they maybe want to steal loot from you. So it's like an aspect of the game, but it is in no way, like, playing the game PvP only literally hurts you. And there's essentially no way to play it as a PvP only game, at least to engage with the content that is in the game properly. I'm not saying PvP is bad. I think it's a fun component of the game. I'm just saying, like, nothing in it should be curtailing to people that only PvP. Nothing in the game should be curtailing to it, because it's an aspect mechanic of the game that is entirely outside of the core. And I think that's just demonstrably demonstrated by the underlying mechanics of the game. And they need to just give us a couple more things, which is, one, make these raid bosses, give us more raid bosses like the Matriarch and the Queen that are more interesting to fight with more interesting combat mechanics, like the mechanics you would see from raid bosses in an MMO. The other thing that needs to happen is we need non-consistent variance in our equipment. And like I said, we need something like exotic traits to weapons that perhaps for the end game you can extract and then attach to other equipment. That could be done via these raid bosses. On top of that, there needs to be core loot when you participate in a kill from a raid boss that everyone is guaranteed via, like, a quest reward or something, on top of loot that you get out of it. And that loot needs to be much, much higher than just crafting materials. If anything, the loot that the bosses drop should not be crafted, the like orbs and stuff at all. You should be getting the orbs that are then essential not for crafting these legendary guns, but maybe for an exotic mechanic, for like putting the exotic traits from a gun onto another gun. but you should be getting a high pool of equipment that has exotics attached to it from the drop pool. These would be things that are more worth killing each other over, but also there needs to be enough of them with the expectation that about 10 people are going to have participated. So if people are divvying them up like equitably, each person can get at least one thing. And if people want to fight each other to get a larger share of the pot, they can. But it should not be like as is, where you get like 6 cores from an entire queen, and it's like, okay, what do I do with these 6 cores? Well, I make 2 guns to then fight the queen again. That's the problem. I think this post does not instill confidence either. I did already read through it, but let's go through it. We're changing how we update the game. When Arc Raiders launched, we planned to offer monthly updates. Right away, they've never fucking done that. Even if you count balance changes, they've never fucking done that. We have not gotten monthly updates. You can just look at the update schedule. We have not. We've gotten, like, what I'd call updates would be content ads. We've gotten maybe 4 or 5 content ads since the game has come out, which would be like one every maybe 3 to 4 months. So, even if you count fucking patches, this is just not true. This is just not fucking true. And the game definitely needs more patches. And patches that aren't out of touch. Because, like Helldivers, the balance patches they keep doing are insanely out of touch. They're insanely stupid. They keep doing things like affecting durability in the game in ways that is just, it's plain out dumb. It's antithetical to the fun of the gameplay loop. There are still, and again, too many balance problems with guns, especially rarer guns, that makes them for fun weapons. Like, the only reason to use half of the epic guns is just for the fuck of it. Not because they're good. And their balance change to this is simply to make common and uncommon guns break way more frequently. Which is not even close to the balance change we wanted. The intention was to keep you all engaged, to ensure the game was always felt fresh, to give you reasons to keep braving topside. You failed. You failed in spades. You never did this. You have never done this. Your patches via balance have woefully failed. And while initially interesting, your new content patches have also honestly failed. Outside of the new enemies. But they've also exponentially failed when it comes to the endgame enemies, the Matriarch and the Queen, which are unrewarding, boring, and pointless. But once the game was in players' hands, we saw that the kind of long-term experience we want to create for Arc Raiders requires more transformative updates. Over time, we found that the pressure of a monthly cycle limits how impactful these updates can be. You feel it, and we feel it too. Running at that pace isn't sustainable or compatible with the bigger ambitions we have for this game. What are you talking about? You have never succeeded in following this timeline. Maybe this is because you started smaller and got really successful and had to expand your team, but you guys have never done this. This is unbelievable cope. This is an unbelievable lie. You guys have never kept up with this. Maybe the pressure, like, this is a fantasy statement. That being said, I do not care the frequency of the updates if the core of the game is fun, because I only stopped playing the game not because I didn't like the core, but because you started to ruin the core. The core of the game was fun enough to just keep going. Now it needs improvements. It doesn't have infinite replayability. But had you guys simply made updates for things that people had been asking for, we never would have had to have this conversation right here. The fact that the patina is still useless is insane. The fact that the Bobcat is still worse than the, like, common machine gun is insane. The fact that all of the legendary weapons have no function outside of fighting the Queen and the Matriarch, so you can make more of those weapons to fight the Queen and the Matriarch, is insane. The biggest problem in the game, balance-wise, is that the weapons are not exciting, the weapons are not interesting, the weapons are not diverse. And all of your balance patches thus far have done nothing to amend this. If anything, they've made things worse. Your addition of new regular enemies has been the only thing you guys have done successfully. Your events have been underwhelming. Your map effects have been underwhelming. The only things you guys have done that has been good is adding new regular arc enemies. You guys need to reimagine and reanalyze not the rate, but the ethos of how you change things. Major updates will come twice a year. Going forward, we've made the decision to release major updates twice a year. Large in scale, more impactful, with the goal of genuinely change how you play the game. Don't worry, a dedicated live service team will continue running Arc Raiders day-to-day regular live updates, plus balance fixes, bug fixes, and store updates, and player events aren't going anywhere. This is fine. I have nothing to say about this. If the player update, or if the balance updates actually start going in a direction that makes sense, and my only worry is you guys already have your heads in the sand. You guys are already out of touch. You guys already don't know what needs to be done for the game. If we have to wait 6 months for a large-scale update, and then it delivers nothing that changes the underlying formula for the game, which needs to happen. We need these changes that lean into what makes the game fun. Then we will have to wait an additional 6 months for you to maybe pull your head out of the sand, and I fear it will just never happen. If the first major update we see does not include a new raid boss with new, better, more interesting mechanics than the Queen and the Matriarch, along with an entire overhaul of late-game loot, and I mean this, an entire overhaul of all late-game loot. All purple and all epic and legendary rarity loot needs to be overhauled completely, along with probably new systems to add variety to epic and legendary loot, with small variety to common and uncommon and rare. If this doesn't happen, it's probably just going to be too deep into the course to change course. And it's just going to happen too slow. That's my only fear. Because again, your balance patches are out of touch and bad. This additional development space also allows us to invest more deeply into the health of Arc Raiders. Some from progression and economy balancing to fair play and anti-cheat efforts. Anti-cheat efforts definitely need to happen, but progression and balancing to me is the number one. I personally do not run into that many cheaters, but I do see that it's pretty abundant. We know these are foundations to the experience, especially in a game where every encounter and extraction matters. Frozen Trail, our biggest update yet. Our next major update lands in October, and it's the largest we've released since launch. This isn't just about volume, it's designed to address the broader questions the community has been asking. Here's a taste of what's coming. A sprawling new frontier. Explore a new landscape in the Rust Belt, with layered design and new mysteries to uncover in the largest map in the game. Fine. Your maps have been fine, so I don't really actually care there. I'm sure your new map will be fine. Our most ambitious Ark operation so far, including new Ark enemies with fresh designs and unique behaviors that will challenge raiders in new ways. Good. I hope this also means a new raid boss that has more interesting mechanics to play around. New systems of progression. Many players have maxed out their raiders' den and hit the skill point ceiling. Frozen Trail will introduce new goals and new ways to shape your raiders' progression. This definitely needs to happen, especially because there's no reason to reset in this game outside of getting a cosmetic, and I'm probably never going to do it unless you have, you either, like I said, need to add more interesting endgame, or you need to add a genuine reason for people like me to reset. Because right now, I would never reset because I would lose access to the core mechanics that allow me to engage with the most interesting parts of the game, which is fighting Ark. And nerfing myself so that it's just harder for me to fight Ark and harder for me to recover from bad runs makes no sense. It does not make the game more fun just having to do things over again. Especially because I have 190 hours in the game. I know plenty of people have much more. But I never got all the blueprints in the game. I never even got to a point where I wasn't still needing to farm for some items. Why would I want to reset my progress before I've ever even gotten my progress fully filled? Especially when 190 hours is a lot. That's nearly 5 weeks of a full-time job. Are you kidding me? There's no world in which I would want to have to grind out 5 weeks of a full-time job worth of gameplay again. That is not interesting to me, and I think it is not interesting to many players. So, this is probably, depending on what they do, the most interesting to me. Because they need to make better endgame and not rely on players resetting. Because I think there's a large chunk of players that don't want to reset. Especially because resetting means losing access to basic things, not interesting endgame loot. Endgame loot is already so sparse and so underwhelming that losing access to be able to efficiently recreate it doesn't mean there's a new goal to, like, you have a new goal to rechase to. It means that you just will never get to use these things. Because I didn't even get to start using the endgame loot until probably 150 hours into playing. Which again is normally nearly a month of a full-time job before I even get to start using the endgame loot, which is underwhelming and bad. And because it's underwhelming and bad, the only reason you would use it is you have enough of a backlog of equipment to where dumping a bunch of materials into weapons that break quickly, or have expensive ammo, and expensive crafting costs, is trivial to you. So it takes a month of a full-time job just to be able to pretend to use equipment that's rare. Exploring the origin of Ark. What are Ark, and where did they come from? Frozen Trail gives raiders the opportunity to begin uncovering that mystery. I don't care. I don't care. The world building of the world is just stupid. I don't care. I don't care. There's no allure to it to me. Maybe some people care about that. I don't give a shit. There's nothing interesting about the world or the world building of Ark Raiders to me. Not a single thing. It is just a vehicle to fight robots. I don't care. Improved skill trees. I also don't care. This is not even kind of something I think about. It's also something I don't think I want to think about unless you're revamping the skill tree to create dramatically different play styles amongst people who specify into individual branches. I could care about this, but given the way the current skill trees work, I probably couldn't care less. It's not something I think about even a little bit. Like I said, it would be much more interesting if we have traits like things that are in the skill tree that are then, and preferably things that are more interesting, which are somewhat randomly attached to loot. That way the loot is more interesting. Your problem is the loot is not interesting. Alongside new weapons, items, instruments, cosmetics, and more. I do not care about new weapons or items until your current ones aren't bad. Stop adding new equipment until you get your original selection of equipment in check. If you keep adding equipment while your core roster of equipment is imbalanced and you keep making it worse, eventually this will balloon into a problem which will require a dramatic overhaul of equipment. Stop while you're ahead, fix the core, and then add new equipment. Because you can't add new good equipment to the game unless the environment in which you are adding that equipment to is already balanced. Because you could add a moderately useful gun, and it will feel broken in an environment where there are 3 good guns out of a selection of, like, I don't know, 12 guns or something, 15 guns. I know they added, like, 2 more. So it's just like, I don't care. I don't care. Your environment of equipment is the worst part of the game. So adding more bad equipment to your environment of bad equipment does nothing to interest me. And like I said, this is going to be a problem if we have to wait 6 months on average for a new content overhaul to then find out the content is bad. And I can tell you right now, if this doesn't come with massive equipment overhauls and massive system overhauls for the equipment, this will be bad. This will be disastrously disappointing. It will be disastrously bad. I hate to be pessimistic here, but I have no hope. I have no hope as is for equipment, since they did not even address equipment being a problem. Unless new systems of progression involves equipment. Equipment is your progression, so I hope you recognize this. I hope you recognize that equipment is progression in this game, and that equipment needs an overhaul. You need a total overhaul of equipment in this game. It is bad. It's very bad. You are ignoring a glaring, burning chemical fire in the room. And it's threatening to choke everyone out. It's important to understand we're not just stacking new content on top of existing experience. We're refining core systems to support a more meaningful long-term experience. I hope that's true. One you genuinely want to keep returning to. Frozen Trail is just the beginning of where we want to take Arc Raiders, and we'll share more in the coming months. Isn't Arc Raiders like a very casual game? It's built around it. It is a very casual game, and what I'm referring to here is that they don't balance around it being a casual game. The most recent balance in the game, actually kind of demonstrably seems to be that they misunderstand it being a casual game. There's been a consistent problem with legendary and epic equipment in the game being useless. There's no reason to strive for late game loot in this game, in this casual game, when it's not good for anything. And their solution was not to make the late game loot better, but to make the early game loot worse. Now your common and uncommon weapons just break way faster. That's why I'm being rather pessimistic in this regard. Because they seem to dramatically misunderstand their audience and why people are playing the game. The game is very casual. Are casual players having more fun when they're garbage loot, which is already the only loot that's even good in the game? Like, your common and uncommon weapons end up being 90% of what you use, and you just made them worse. Does that sound like it's making the game, or leaning into the casual player base? You didn't even, like, you literally are just making it so you have to suffer no matter what tier. You didn't make the epic weapons better in a meaningful way. The epic weapons already break faster than the epic and legendary weapons in this game already break way faster than the common and uncommon weapons. So now you just made every gun in the game break faster. The Bettina, which is the poster child for an epic weapon in this game that has no use case, breaks after about 300 bullets fired. It's a fully automatic gun with a clip size of 20. Which means it breaks after, I think the exact number is 14 clips. I think it breaks after exactly 14 clips at full durability. So after 280 shots fired, it breaks. A 5% durability loss change on the Bettina means that you changed it from 280 bullets fired to about 300 bullets fired. You added like 15 more bullets. So you changed it from 14 clips to 15 clips. You easily fire 14 clips of this gun in one run. Which means you break this gun almost every time you load into a game with it. And it is expensive to repair, and even more expensive to put ammo into because it uses heavy bullets. And heavy bullets are the most expensive bullets to craft. They're actually more expensive than the legendary weapons bullets in raw resources. Meanwhile, you increase the rate at which my common guns break by 75%. A Pharaoh, which is a bolt action rifle and probably the most widely used common gun, breaks after about 3 missions. Making it break 75% faster means it's going to now break. It's going to now break in like 1.5 missions. Yes, it's much easier to repair these weapons, but this is just talking about the per bullet damage that these guns take. Because on top of that, the guns take damage when you take damage. So this is assuming you never take damage. You made all of these guns break faster from just shooting, under a situation where you never take damage and the guns never take additional damage. Arc Raiders is casual, and it feels like they don't understand that. I don't think a casual player is excited by their equipment breaking more frequently. Wouldn't it be more annoying for most of the player base if you had legendary guns wiping every lobby? So the game is not very PvP focused. If you don't know, the core of the gameplay is actually PvE focused. So when I'm talking about legendary and epic guns being good, I'm not even talking about them being good against players, because they're demonstrably not good against players. And I don't think they need to be made better against players. The problem is they're not even good against the PvE elements in the game. I mean, they're fine, but they're not very good. It takes more than 100 bullets from the patina to kill, like, a medium-sized enemy in the game. To destroy, like, a bombardier or a bastion. It takes, like, 100 bullets from the patina. And the patina breaks after about 280 bullets. This is a PvE enemy. Meanwhile, the Pharaoh, a common gun, can kill a bastion or a bombardier. Well, they should make, in my opinion, the later game guns either easier to craft and less expensive to maintain, so that it's not as frustrating to try and kill enemies with them, because it's not as much of an investment. Right now, if you're using a legendary or an epic gun, and you're taking down the PvE elements, which you get a lot of your better loot from, you are going negative in cash value from taking down those enemies currently. So you can either make them cheaper to maintain, so that it doesn't cost you money to kill an enemy. Like, even after you get the loot, you're at a net negative most of the time, because it costs more resources to repair and replenish the ammo to your rare gun than you got out of the enemy that you killed with that rare gun. You either need to make that not true, so that it costs less, so that the epic and legendary weapons are more efficient, or you need to buff them. You can do one or the other. Either make them cheaper to maintain, or make them better at killing the PvE elements. If it wasn't super expensive to put 300 bullets into the patina, I wouldn't have a problem with the patina taking a bunch of bullets to kill things. Whatever. Bullets are cheap, but bullets aren't cheap. Bullets are expensive. There is categorically no way to get your money's worth for your investment when you use a gun like the Patina. You will never get more than you spent in resources when using the Patina. And you need to change that, fundamentally. And that needs to either change by making it cheaper to maintain them, or make them do more damage so you use less bullets. I don't care which way you do it, but one of them has to happen. Because that is the problem, and they seem to woefully misunderstand that problem, since they barely changed how fast these weapons break, and then made our normal weapons break faster. The other thing that needs to happen is these weapons just aren't exciting. Getting rare loot in this game is not exciting. It's a casual game, and even when you do take down... I don't know how, but the laser was really good for big bosses. Or I don't know how now, but the laser was good for big bosses. Yes, the laser Gatling gun is the only rare weapon. I think that one's called the Equalizer. I'm fairly certain it's called the Equalizer. The Equalizer is the only good rare weapon in the game. But even then, the return for what you invest is not commensurate. Because you are taking a weapon that now makes you a target from other players because it's rare and valuable into a game. It's very bad at killing other players. Very bad at killing other players. So if another player decides to try and kill you while you're holding it, you're probably gonna lose because your gun sucks. And on top of that, it's only slightly better. It's only slightly better than cheaper guns. And it's like, okay, one stack of 5 bullets for the Equalizer has a value of 5,000 in the game. So using 5 clips on the Equalizer is like spending 5,000 cash. It is very good, but you can also kill a Rocketeer with 3 clips of the little repeater pistol. The cash value of a stack of ammo for the repeater pistol is, I forget what that pistol is called. The value of that stack of ammo for the repeater pistol is only 600. So the combined value cost for killing a Rocketeer with just 3 stacks is only 1,800. Meanwhile, it still takes about 3 stacks of the Equalizer to kill a Rocketeer. Because while the Equalizer is helpful for killing big things, the only thing it actually does well is knocking the outside armor off of the enemies. It doesn't actually do very good damage once you knock that armor off. So the strategy you normally have to employ with the best legendary gun that currently exists in the game is you use it, you knock the armor off of like the leg or the jet of an enemy, and then you switch from your rare gun over to like a Pharaoh, and then you actually kill it with your weak gun. That's the most effective use of the best legendary gun in the game right now. Is just to knock armor off of enemies and then switch to a shittier gun. Or, not a shittier gun, it's actually a better gun, but a less rare gun. So you're right in saying it's pretty good, but I'm saying the investment risk that you take by using it is not commensurate for your reward. The only way you can even get an equalized reward for risking the use of an equalizer is to kill a queen. And then get one of the 6 cores that's dropped by the queen, so that you can make another equalizer. It takes way more ammo to kill a queen with an equalizer. Oh, yeah. That's why they nerfed the drop rates of cores on the legs. You see what I mean? That they seem to not like the casual play. So, they wanted to make it so that, to stop people from doing that, because they wanted to make it so people actually had to fight the queen. So now the drop rate for cores on queen legs is almost none. They nerfed it a while back, actually. It's true that you used to be able to do that, but they nerfed that, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. It's going to be hard for me to even find the patch for it. I think it happened maybe in this patch. Kettle, Venator, Jupiter, Affilio, items, content, arc, fix. But yeah, they nerfed the drop rate for cores in the legs. They used to be guaranteed. You used to always get 1 core out of a leg. Now, you can get 0 cores out of a leg, actually. All the legs could have no cores. There's a very small chance for cores to drop in legs now. The only guaranteed drops for the core now are from the core of the queen. And they increased the number of cores in that core from 2 to 4. It used to be that you got 2 guaranteed cores out of the core of the queen. Now it's 4. And they then reduced the likelihood of the legs having cores by a huge margin. Gameplay. Maybe it's under this. Maybe it was in a patch before this one. It was a while ago, so it's going to be hard for me to dig up the exact patch change. I might be able to Google it. My bad, I didn't play since then, but Embark is doing some balance choices right now. I heard they're changing up HP for finals after like 2 years being the same. I hope it's true. Like, look, I love this game. It's been one of my favorite games of all time, and I don't want it to be bad. I want it to be good. I want to be excited enough to play it again. I'm actually sad that I'm not excited to play it. It's not fun or cool or exciting when a thing you enjoy isn't enjoyable anymore. Like, imagine if tomorrow, you woke up and ice cream sucked. That's not fun. Life isn't better. It's sad when a good thing isn't fun anymore. It's heartbreaking. So I don't want these things to be true. That's why I'm bitching and moaning right now. Is I'm sad. I'm sad that I'm not having fun with the game. I'm sad that I don't see a reason to play the game right now. I'm sad that they don't seem to understand the core player base and how the core player base is engaging with the game. It doesn't excite me to play the game when all my stuff breaks more often. I never played the game and went, man, It takes too long to break a gun. I wish I had to repair the guns more often. I was already having to repair the guns after, like, every other mission. What, so now I have to repair the guns after every mission? I gotta go farm trash equipment way more often? I was already having to do that a lot. So now you're telling me I gotta go farm scrap metal, like, 75% more often? Because that's essentially what this might as well read is, when you see 75% durability loss on shot increase, well, it takes scrap metal to repair your common guns. Now you're going to need 75% more scrap metal. That's what that means. Same for, it means and even more painfully than scrap metal, for your uncommon and rare weapons, it also takes gun parts. And gun parts are actually kind of limit or a much rarer resource. Now you're going to need 50% and 35% more weapon parts. God forbid you're a player who doesn't have the blueprint to craft weapon parts. How are you even going to maintain your guns now? And that's why I'm saying, like, I hope this right here, this statement right here, I hope they do this well. I hope they do this well with all my heart. I really do. I hope that this change is good. I hope that they really mean we're refining core systems to support more meaningful long-term experience. I hope when they say that, they aren't just gonna do it, but they're gonna do it well. Because it is the number one thing that I think is suffering in this game. And one of the big cores is that endgame loot's not exciting. It's not exciting to get a legendary or an epic weapon in the game. It might be exciting the first time you ever get it because you don't know. But then you use it and your excitement just goes from, oh yeah, I got an epic weapon. Let me try this out. And then you use it and you go, oh, it's worse than my common gun. Oh. Aw. That's the only experience I've had with all the rare loot in the game, is you get it and you go, oh, I'm just going to use the Pharaoh again. Oh, I'm just going to use the Toro again. Because they're better. Oh, I'm just going to use the Anvil. Because it's better. Starting next week, a new trader. Next week, we're introducing a fresh mechanic designed for late-game players. A new trader from a nomadic tribe of surface dwellers. Many of you have invested a lot in the game, and there's a few common problems that we keep hearing about. You're holding a lot of high-value items with no way to offload them in a rewarding way. This is very true. That excites me to hear them admit that they understand that that's a problem. Your stash is filling up with the game's new items, and we haven't increased the capacity. That's true. The stash is too limited. Very few of you are going on the expedition, either because it's not rewarding enough, or because it's too painful to part with your favorite items and blueprints. 100% true. I was saying earlier, I have never gone on the expedition because I have 190 hours in the game and I don't even have all of the stuff. That's 5 weeks of a full-time job. 5 weeks of a full-time job and I don't even have all the stuff. And you want me to give that up? You want me to work a month of a full-time job, more than a month of a full-time job, to not even get all my stuff back? Well, what are you giving me in that exchange? Because whatever you're giving me has to be worth 5 weeks of a full-time job's worth of labor. You might think that's dramatic, but like, What are you giving me that's worth 5 weeks of pay, basically? Are you giving me something that's worth like $4,000? No? Well, then I'm not doing it. Is it going to be fun? No? Well, then I'm not doing it. So, I hope they're actually addressing these. The new trader unlocks at level 25. Good thing they stepped out and not just release nothing patches with more skins than anything else. I feel like Embark, it really is taking feedback and they're stepping out to fix the game. I hope, because I was just before this talking about Arrowhead with Helldivers 2, and they seem to terminally not understand their community, and not only not understand their community, but lie to them. They lie to their community. They say, oh, we understand, you want us to do this. And then they do it, but then they slap you in the back of the head as soon as you look at the thing that they did. They punish you every time they actually give you something. Embark hasn't developed that relationship with its community yet. Embark, I'm willing to trust that they can do things in the future better, because hey, Ark got way bigger than anyone thought it was going to get. This game has 90,000 people play it every day. That's crazy. That's so many people. It has 90,000 people play it every day on Steam alone. They probably are going through some growing pains. They are probably hiring a lot of people. They probably don't even fully know who they are yet, because who they were can't be who they are now, because they're growing so much. They made so much more money than they ever imagined they were going to make off this game. So, the future for Embark is limitless. I have no idea what they could do, or what they will do, but I hope they make good decisions. I think that it's a good sign that they're having this conversation, like you said, that they're stepping back, and they're having this conversation now. Because the game came out in October of last year. The game is only 7 months old. The game is only 7 months old. Helldivers has been around for 3 years, I think. And they only just this month dropped their message, basically saying the same thing that Embark is saying. Helldivers released in February of 24. So, okay, it's 2 years and 3 months old. So, I'm excited to see Embark stepping back and taking this statement now, after 7 months. Because Arrowhead, they didn't do it for 27 months. They're doing it 20 months faster than Arrowhead did. Embark is 20 months faster at recognizing the problems. And good. That means they have 20 more months to improve over Helldivers. I would be much, much more pessimistic if this was 27 months in and we were getting this message. Just like I'm much more pessimistic towards Arrowhead. Because my biggest statement towards Arrowhead with their statement is, I don't believe you, I don't trust you, I think you're liars. That's what I think about Arrowhead. I don't trust you, I don't believe you, I think you're liars. And I'll believe it when I see it. With Arc Raiders, I go... With Embark, I go... I hope you're right. I hope you know what you're doing. and I'm willing to see. The new trader also offers 2 perks in exchange for high-value items, extra stash space, the expedition vault. This allows you to carry over up to 5 items across the expedition, so you can set your new raider up with your favorite items or blueprints. That's not good enough. Like, let's be real. Favorite items and blueprints. That means you're gonna take. That means you're gonna take small gun parts, medium gun parts, heavy gun parts, 1 weapon. Did Embark do something about, like, the rank system, the trials? I was actively playing, like, around the Matriarch, and that was, like, the biggest thing at the time people bitched about. To my knowledge, no. They do need to do something, because I know what you're talking about. Like, people admitted that they were, like, in Discord groups rigging the ranked ladder. Like, I saw that controversy pop up on the subreddit a while back. I don't think they ever acknowledged that. And yeah, the biggest problem is the trials just don't work. You get disproportionately rewarded for playing with duos and trios for the trials, and it basically means players that are playing solo can't compete with people that are playing duos and trios, so the only thing you can do is join one of these Discord groups where they're trying to rig the system and play with other players that are rigging the system. And it's sad, because I was trying to get top of the ladder so hard, and I got all the way up to Hot Shot, I think. I think Hot Shot was the highest I got to, which I think was 2 ranks under the max, and then it was impossible. Like, the number 1 person on my trials each week when I was in Hot Shot would have, like, 250,000 points. And I was honestly like, what are they doing? Like, how do you even get that many points? Are they cheating? So I started doing research on it, and basically they are. They basically go into Discord groups where people are rigging the ladder, and what they do is they'd all try and queue up at the same time to get into a lobby where all the people on the map are part of the Discord group, not just the 3 people in your party, so that you can all get max scores for everything. It's like, that's not the spirit of the system. That's not the spirit of the trials. That's not proving that you're good at doing anything. You're just cheating. So, I don't think they've done anything. They probably just need to entirely rework the trial system to not be competitive. And that's kind of sad, but they should probably just make it like a total point thing that you engage with. And if you get to the total point value, by the end of the season, you get the reward. Because, yeah, as is, there's no way to possibly get into the top unless you join one of these Discord groups that's helping you cheat. It's the only way. It's very sad. Building for the long term. One thing that has become increasingly clear since launch is how important progression and player goals are to the Arc Raiders experience. If you love Arc Raiders, you want more reasons to keep returning to the Rust Belt. We want to build systems that continue evolving alongside the game. Some of the progression improvements we want to implement simply need more development. We haven't been able to address properly while running on monthly cycles. Moving to large updates allows us to spend more time refining the system players engage with the most. Good. I hope you do something interesting. How do you even balance PvP, PvE ranked when the game is, like, not pushing you to do anything? You can sneak around arcs and avoid PvP and still do okay. Well, the rank system was only PvE. That's the thing. The rank system is only PvE. And my biggest thing is, I think if you want PvP, it's fine to go for PvP in this game, but you should recognize that this game is not about PvP. The vast majority of players who are playing the game are not doing PvP regularly. The vast majority. This is not a PvP game. I know everyone goes, it's a PvP, PvE game. No, it's a PvE game that has PvP in it. The comparison I always use is this game is more like World of Warcraft, where you team up with players to fight a raid boss, and you can PvP the people in your party if you want to. Like, in World of Warcraft, you roll against your teammates to get loot, and the winner of the roll gets the loot, and then you scream at each other like, I needed that! Why did you take that from me? In Ark, if your teammate takes the loot you needed and you can't work it out through communication, you shoot them. Simple as. The game is a PvE game that has PvE or PvP in it. The core loop of the game is PvE. The most interesting combat is PvE. All the guns are balanced around killing PvE. The rank system in the game does not reward you even a little bit for PvP. There's nothing in the game that actually rewards you for PvP. Outside of getting an item that you might need. But you can't guarantee that you're going to get items you need by killing other players. Actually, most of the time when you kill other players, you get garbage. You get stuff you don't need, and then you just leave all the items on their body. How often, if you play the game, how often did you find bodies on the ground, look in their inventory, and it was just full? Like, all the stuff was still on them. Almost all the time. At least that's how me and all the people I played with experienced. When we found bodies, almost everything on them was still on them when we found the bodies. Because you're not getting stuff you need when you kill players most of the time. The only reason to kill players most of the time is just for the fun of it. Because you have fun killing players. Well, part of it is free kit is so good. So, like, most of the people doing PvP just have a free kit. But also, like, it's because, like I said, rare guns aren't very good. So, you're not going to risk rare equipment that players might want most of the time if you think people are going to kill you. And you can't defend yourself with rare equipment against players who have regular equipment. I don't even think this is a problem. I think the game is popular and people like it because it's a PvE game. It is. It's a PvE game. And people like it. People love it that way. If people didn't love it, it wouldn't be popular. But I feel like if what you're saying right now misses the big rat player thing, extraction camping and shit. Yeah, you run into rats sometimes. But most of the rats have quit. Because you don't get rewarded for ratting. There were a lot of rats when the game first came out. Most of the rats have quit playing. For a couple reasons. When you play the game, you build up a party of people very quickly. And you normally don't go to extraction alone. And the rats can't kill, like, 4 players. The rats are always solo. So when you show up to extraction with 4 buddies, they're fucked. And then, even when the rats do kill someone, they don't get anything. Like, they get garbage. Or they might not get garbage, but they don't get stuff they specifically need. Because you go into a game looking for specific items for your progression. A rat player can't target players with specific items. They don't know what they have till they kill them. And the more players you kill, the less likely you are to survive, especially if you're a rat running a free kit, because you only have 1 shield and like 1 heal in a free kit. So you're probably only going to get to kill 1 person and then have to leave. So, like, rats were a problem, but they're not really a problem anymore. Really, the only rats that still exist are when you do matriarchs and queens. There will be people standing on the outskirts trying to kill the people that came into the matriarch or queen event that have good equipment. But even that's hard to do, because if you shoot someone during a matriarch or a queen event, there's like 5 to 10 people doing the matriarch or queen event, and they're all going to turn around and blast your ass. Because they're all going to go, we got a PvPer! And they're all, this is what happened every time I played. This is what happened every time I played. Like, it's been a minute since I played Arc Raiders, but, it's been, 3 months since I played Arc Raiders. But this was how every Arc Raiders game I played out, was you queue in and then immediately develop a party of friends. Like, just a party of friends. Like, I basically never get killed in these games, or never got killed in these games, because you'd go in, I'm not even sneaking, you see I'm not crouching, I'm running around. Nothing bad is happening. Nothing bad is happening. I'm full of stuff. I have a snap hook, I'm going around without abandon. What happens when I encounter players? Okay. That's an arc. We killed an arc. I run into another player.
Yo, what we doing, homie?
I guess looking for more loot.
You trying to expect? More goop?
Yeah, I think I need more goop. I don't really have that much yet.
Yo, wait. Remember what I told you in the beginning?
Yeah.
About the fireball, you remember?
Yeah, I'm not... It's like every game. You just... Everyone you run into is a friend. Yeah, I never understood why you would buy $40 or buy $40 to sit in a train station for 20 minutes and kill a few dudes trying to get a fruit for their chicken. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what happened. Like, you fucking, like, every game I'd play, everyone is actually just trying to help each other. Occasionally PvP would happen, but it's rare. Like, I'm never running around, like, with fear. I'm not even trying to hide most of the time. And look, I'm pretty sure I get saved here. Why did it even notice me? What, don't have... I'm right here. I'm building for cover, although it seems to have... Oh, shit, thank you. I got killed here by a Rocketeer. I had good stuff on me. They could have just let me die and loot me. But do they? No, they picked me up. I don't even know why that thing fucking noticed me. Oh my god, thank you. And then they heal me. Oh shit, it sees us again. It's because of the karma matchmaking. Yeah, there's definitely, like, karma matchmaking that, like, factors in. But it really fucking does. This is how most people play the game, so most people are in these friendly lobbies. So, the only way the game is miserable is if you make it miserable. Like, at least with PvP. And most players are playing the way I'm playing. Most players are playing this way, where they're helping each other out. Most players are jumping in, just trying to be bros. And this is what's fun, is teaming up against these big dangerous Ark. This is what most people are doing. Nice, guys, nice.
Good job.
Thanks for the save.
Thank you.
And that's the average Ark experience, is you run around, make friends, chat with random people. And that's what's fun about it too, which is why most people are playing this way. Because what happens if you play the game PvP? You don't get to make friends. You're like you said, you're sitting alone. You're creeping around. You don't trust anyone. You're like, fuck all these people. They're my enemy. Ugh. I hate humanity. Everyone with a pulse is my enemy. I hate friendship. I hate people. And you like, why are you even playing a multiplayer game at that point? There's a reason the other other extraction shooters are multiplayer. There's a reason Marathon puts you in a party of 3 people. Because if the core of your game is PvP, then you never get human interaction if the game doesn't force you to have teammates. So, yes, there's a trios and duos option where you can queue up to have teammates. But that's the only way you're actually going to be playing PvP, is if you queue into the trios to get random teammates. But most people don't play that way. The vast majority of people don't play that way. And it's because it's antisocial. And one of the reasons we play online games is to have a social experience. It's so we can hang out with people. So we can chat with people. We can have fun with other people. You can't do that if you're playing solos PvP. You're never going to talk to another human being. And you're depriving yourself of an entire segment of the game. And that's why most people don't play that way. And why most of the people who do play that way quit. Most of the people who played that way quit playing the game. and don't play it anymore. And they quit quick. The bigger picture, it's important to us that players understand something about where our collective Embark brain is at. Our ambitions go far beyond what players have been seen so far. We want to go further into showing you the wider universe of Arc Raiders. We think about Arc Raiders as an experience that should continue expanding over time. Right now, we're still early in the journey. The biannual cadence gives us the opportunity to develop and build future updates with more intention, ensuring that gameplay, progression, narrative, worlds still all move together. Right now, Raiders are facing an escalating Arc threat, and society in Speranza may feel helpless against it. But Raiders aren't built to stay on the back foot. The goal has always been bigger than survival. It's about one day reclaiming the surface. So, like, that right there is also saying, like, you can't reclaim... Like, this narratively is telling us that they recognize that the game is PvE. You don't reclaim the surface by killing your teammates. You reclaim the surface by working together. So, I'm hoping that means that that they're going to increase cooperative narrative gameplay focus. Because it's how we're already playing. Frozen Trail will start to progress this goal and expose elements of this challenge. But it's really just the beginning. We aim to consistently shift the paradigm that Raiders operate under so you feel the effects of your actions persevering against the Arc. Thank you, Raiders. The Rust Belt is nothing without the Raiders who fill it with life every single day. We understand that this change won't please everyone, that it might be frustrating not to get updates as frequently, but we truly believe this is worth it. Thank you for continuing to push us to create the best game we can. As always, we'll see you topside. It does suck we're going to have to wait till October. But depending on how they address some of the problems with the game now, it could be like having a brand new game come out in 6 months. The biggest problem for me is between now and October, there's really no reason for me to play the game unless they have a balance update that fixes the gun problem. And they said that balance team is going to be separate from the content team, so we should get balance updates. But I'm not playing the game until they fix the guns. And that's just the truth. I'm not playing the game until they fix the guns. And I hope they fix the guns soon, because I want to play the game. I want to play it so bad. I'm itching to play it, honestly. It's just like, I don't want to play the game and just get frustrated. I don't like playing a game and just getting mad. I don't think that's why anyone plays games. Well, I mean, that's the rants. What is this? Does this game still exist? I used to play this game all the time. I was, like, top ranked in North America.
Runeterra, still looking to the stars for power.
This is a year old. They did a patch recently. Events returns. Zoe was already in the game. Did I miss-see this? 2026 to... Yeah, this is 12 days old. Zoe is already in the game. Yeah, these were all already in the game. What are we fucking talking about? Oh, this is just for their solo player thing. Like, does the multiplayer for this game even exist anymore? I don't understand how they ruined this game so hard. This is one of the biggest downfalls of a game of all time. They're trying to take really big bites with trying to make the game that is trying to be like social thing where you can be an evil player or a PV dad or like sneak around, but there's no like previous games trying to do this, so they have like a really big soup. Yeah, it's difficult when you're the first to do something because yeah, they released it as a they released it as a, why'd you do that? They released it as a, an extraction shooter. But let's be real, it's not really an extraction shooter. They accidentally created their own unique game. Why are you being bad? Huh? Why are you being rotten? Apologize. Tell everyone you're sorry. You nasty little bastard. One moment, she just crapped on the floor. You're a bad cat. You know that? You're a bad cat. Just bad. It's just wild to me that like this game got so bad because like it, like why did they stop being a PvP, like a PvP card game? Like this game literally turned into nothing. Wow, 10 months ago. Yeah, let's watch this because I'm curious how this game I loved so much died. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Riot Games has been known since their building of League of Legends into a titan to show up on the gaming scene and not pull any punches. Their efforts into different genres have generally been met with success, and that comes from a large pre-existing fan base and a dedication to bringing their League of Legends feel to another game and genre, both monetarily and time-wise. Riot Games has seen major success with Valorant, a title that leverages the existing Counter-Strike audience and hero shooter audience and mixes them together, making the studio, at the bare minimum now, a two-titan studio. But there have been more attempts, some cancelled, some that never saw the light of day, and even a lesser known but still has seen its share of success regardless card game, Legends of Runeterra. Legends of Runeterra was developed by a major team pulling out all of the stops. After 3 years of development, Legends of Runeterra would launch.
So I was master tier in this game every single season that I played it. I was top 100 multiple times, and I was top 10 once in the North American ladder. I loved this game, and I stopped playing it mostly because it started hemorrhaging, and I mean hemorrhaging players, and a competitive scene can't exist if good players aren't playing. So there's no reason, as someone who played it competitively, to keep playing it.
On PC and mobile platforms, April 29th, 2020, with crossplay enabled.
It was very good. It's very confusing why it died to me. And it seemingly died from an absolute inability to properly support its competitive scene, along with being more interested in supporting a solo player mode than it was in actually being a card game.
While Legends of Runeterra would see fast early success, LOR would prove to be Riot's most challenging game yet, providing new balance challenges, a different approach to monetization than typical, and struggling to match the success of their previous game LOL or Valorant. Despite being received well,
the monetization in the game was god-fucking awful. It was such a half-baked monetization system.
Critically, and by fans who lauded the game's free-to-play friendliness and ability to play without paying, Legends of Runeterra in just 4 years would be announced to be put into maintenance mode in a shocking development. What went wrong with Riot Games' foray into the world of digital card games, or CCGs? And why did a studio known for being able to capture working ideas and make them popular and financially successful struggle to make their card game anything more than a reported money sink, where it spent more money than it made? On this episode of Death of the Game for the—
Well, I mean, the monetization was really bad. There was no reason. I never spent $1 on the game. Now, it was very cool that you could unlock cards for free, but the only monetization in the game were card skins, and these card skins were just weak. They were weak and uninteresting.
The first time ever, we are covering a Riot game. We cover dead and dying games and companies in this series, specifically titles that have been abandoned or shifted into maintenance mode, like Legends of Runeterra. The key is utilizing a timeline of events to find clues and bits of evidence that will help us determine why a game ended up dying, or is on the path towards that. This all culminates in a final deduction, where we solve the case for good, before getting to work on the next case, as time doesn't wait for anyone. Without delaying further, we need to tell another important case in the world of card games. So draw your cards, because I think I'm always gonna make that meme. Sometime in 2017, according to Riot themselves. Riot executives were big fans of Riot Umbridge, known for his work on League of Legends with the Shyvana champion, alongside producer Jeff Jew, famously known as none other than Riot.
One thing that I thought was initially was a good sign, was that a lot of the devs who were responsible for the game were also playing the game all the time, and I would fight Riot Umbridge, and I remember Riot Zoo in the Master Ladder all the time. Riot Umbridge and Riot Zoo were two of the devs in the for the game, and leads for the game, that were also very good card game players, and I would compete against them in the top of the ladder all the time, and that to me was a good sign. The balance overall was always pretty good, and I have to give them credit for making a game that felt good. I think the problems with the game that were introduced were mostly that they should have never done a standard versus unlimited split. That never should have happened, because it's also problematic. They already had a bad monetization system, but on top of them separating cards out from a standard and unlimited split, cards in a standard split are always going to be more popular and more commonly used than cards in an unlimited split. That's just the way it is. Standard is always the way people play, and unlimited is always the way less people play. the cosmetics were already not very good. So you would basically only ever even buying them because you wanted to support the game, because you liked the game. And for like no other reason. You weren't actually getting good value out of them. They weren't good. But on top of that, now you have to worry that the cosmetic you got won't be usable in standard play. So from a financial point, I think having an unlimited versus a standard was very bad. I also think it was the only bad balance move they did, because I think they got lazy with balancing, because it was easier just to kick cards into unlimited when they got too hard to balance. They were also too unwilling to rework cards. And I think, and that's been true for every online card game I've ever played. People are always too unwilling to change a card completely, and instead of just slightly buff or nerf it. Some cards conceptually just did not work and did not fulfill the fantasy of the champion, and should have been reworked entirely. I do not understand why they were unwilling to do this.
Kassadin, who was one of the original employees for Riot, would express interest in creating a Riot card game due to their aforementioned love of MTG and card games. To assist in this process, Riot would enlist in the help of former MTG pros attempting to develop a new card game, and meta was going to be challenging, especially if the game wasn't like the games that would come before it and was intending to innovate. So it was a good idea going to experienced developers and players. One of the pros that they ended up enlisting in the help with the most, Steve Rubin, would actually return, this time as a part of the development team permanently for the upcoming League of Legends adjacent card game. Dubbed Legends of Runeterra and announced publicly October 2019, lore was set to be different from the very start by calling into question the other classic aspects of CCGs. Remember, CCGs aren't the same as a TCG. A TCG is a trading card game, CCG is the collectible card game. In TCGs, you retain the value of your card and thus own it. In CCGs, it's merely a collection. Likely conscious of this divide and issue, Riot Games from the jump would announce to be bucking this trend entirely by stating they would not be relying on booster packs or loot boxes to give their players their cards. Instead, Legends of Runeterra would not have card packs. Instead, you would simply spend money on the cards that you wanted directly through the wild card feature, while still getting random card rewards as you played through the game. This would essentially make LOR one of the first consumer-first CCGs. Accessibility was the key.
It's one of the best things about its unlock system, is that it did not rely on scamming you for opening loot boxes to get your stuff. I never spent $1 on the game, and I had a complete collection the entire time I played the game.
To Legends of Runeterra's formula, sort of like League of Legends, both in gameplay and in monetization. And we will talk more about that with gameplay later, however. Riot Steve Rubin was leading the charge publicly, but the LOR team had some other high-profile and impactful developers too, such as the already mentioned Andrew Yip, and of course Riot Kassadin, but also Riot Yeg, Riot G Major, Dave Guskin, a former developer on MTG the card game itself, and veterans like Jeff Seamster, Greg Kim, and Brian Koplik. Full of veterans and passion, LOR's development team was over 100 developers and working on creating fully unique art for their existing world and characters, but in their new game. That would mean that legacy art would be featured in LOR, and completely new art would be featured with a new direction being attempted. This would probably be the bulk of time and money spent on the game, as card games mechanically can be complex, but actually have quite simple rules. Within a month, there were major previews happening for Legends of Runeterra. Polygon was saying that the game was too good to ignore, even if you
It was too good, honestly. It did get worse, but it was too good. I miss it.
Weren't a League fan, which was quite the compliment. Information would come out concerning the focus of the card game, which was taking champions from LOL and making them the centerpiece feature here. Drawing comparisons from Planeswalkers in Magic the Gathering, or more aptly in my opinion, Commanders from the Commander format in MTG. Andrew Yip talked about LOR being champion forward due to League. While this makes sense, I think there was going to be something interesting to investigate there later, detectives. LOR was looking visually appealing, and the art was League and IP, but totally different in approach. But there were some worrying signs even early on that LOR wasn't exactly current as a card game, with the lack of animated cards, except on champion cards, and even then, those were fairly limited. Now this might be arguable to some, but the issue that I have is that MTG Arena and Hearthstone both have animated cards, or at least like the super rare versions that actually look kind of good. But like, look at Gwent. Gwent has fully animated rares, which made them look really awesome. Not having this in game would lower your ability to make money, and would be yet another thing that people would compare your game with in these other games. Riot Games, and personally
I don't think that was really a problem. I think the art was fine.
Shocking turn of events to me would announce their open beta for their card game January 2020 with the explicit ability to retain the progress after playing it. This might seem like a cool and helpful gesture to those who would test the game, but it would actually turn out that they were planning to fully launch the game just a mere 3 months later. 3 months was barely enough time to be able to work on the feedback that you were going to be receiving from the open beta, which, by the way, was going to be running in parallel at the time. You just wouldn't have enough time to work on the feedback. This was worrying because, well, if LOR didn't properly modulate for progression as a free-to-play game, if they would mess that up, it would be severely difficult to undo it. Almost impossible, because you are essentially asking your audience after the fact, hey, can we make money now? More on that later too. But the point being really that LOR launching fast might have seemed like a great guerrilla marketing strategy from Riot Games because they did it before, right? With Valorant and even Apex Legends with Respawn, but that approach isn't always the best. For starters, those are shooters. They're far simpler and easier to understand. Second, those games have much easier to understand and utilize monetization plans, and thus are less risky. Riot being focused on making a value first, or consumer first, as I said, CCG was admirable, but there were some serious concerns even early on for me, if they were going to be able to turn that into a financially competitive idea, and thus multiplayer game. Legends of Runeterra, Riot Games' third major game, because for some reason they don't count Teamfight Tactics, would launch on PC and Android and iOS mobile devices simultaneously, April 29th, 2024 globally. Developed utilizing the Unity engine, LOR was able to be played cross-platform as well. With over 400 cards and 35 champions, Legends of Runeterra wasn't messing about. They had a major trailer and cinematic push at the same time of their launch, but although I think that their promotion material is pretty good and it seemed like most people enjoyed it, fans of League of Legends in general and at large didn't seem to know that the game existed. And that would start kind of from the very beginning. Teamfight Tactics, which is not recognized as a full game like I said, is still incredibly successful, in spite of that, and has seen much better integration with League of Legends, especially in my...
It was mysterious that Legends of Runeterra was not put inside their main client. It was mysterious, especially since Teamfight Tactics was.
...times. But that's probably because the games have a lot more crossover too. It took Riot nearly 3 years to add a League of Legends Runeterra button in the League client, and that shit was tiny. I mean, and sadly it doesn't even work as of 2025 anymore. Let's get to the reviews of the game. Metacritic's reception was positive for Legends of Runeterra, but the game was barely covered by comparison to other card games like Artifact, Hearthstone, or even Yu-Gi-Oh! More recently, having only 12 major reviews. The game scored a B+, and from major outlets like IGN, scored even higher at a 9 out of 10. IGN was glowing, or glazing, in their review of the game, where they would dub LOR a whole new breed of CCG, going even further than that to state that the game represented a high new watermark for digital card games.
It did. I agree with that. This game, even though it failed spectacularly, is still better, or it was better when it was functioning. You can't really play it anymore. It was still better than every other CCG competitive card game on the market. It was, by a lot. It wasn't even close.
The voice work was detailed, and nearly every card game and interaction had voice acting.
We shall not rest until all betrayers are dead.
Okay, but let's dive into things ourselves, especially since there wasn't that much of a reception, as we do sometimes when there just isn't enough coverage, or I get that feeling or smell that something's fishy. What's unique about Legends of Runeterra? Well, starting with the monetization, as you probably already know, the game allows you to purchase wild cards to get the rare cards that you want outright, without needing to open booster packs or chests and buy them with money. This makes it an incredibly approachable game, especially since it's free to play. But there were some cracks there, though we will get more to those later, as I keep teasing, as I really want to dig into the gameplay of Legends of Runeterra first, since there's a lot to tackle, which was also unique. The gameplay in Legends of Runeterra was somewhere between Gwent and Magic the Gathering Arena, which is the digital companion to Magic the Gathering, the card game. I know this sounds like a bit of a strange comparison, but bear with me. Starters, the game lacks a lot of RNG in it. Now this might sound like a plus for some players, and
No, okay, I'm glad he brought this up, because, okay, the number one problem from my perspective competitively was that to achieve high ranks on ladder would require you to play an incredibly high volume of games, and that incredibly high volume of games would mean that you would experience exactly the same fucking thing over and over and over and over and over again. Because when you're playing a high volume of games, variance is not your friend. You want the deck that is performing the best most consistently. It doesn't matter if it has highs and lows. You just want something that is winning you 51% of your games for grinding on ranked ladders. Now, granted, realistically, I think most of the decks I was playing would be winning me like 75% of my games. Especially because, like, in the master tier, you would have to, at bare minimum, to be climbing, win 2 out of 3 games. So, like, 66% was kind of the bare minimum you could be getting for a win rate on a deck. And you would need a very sophisticated, consistent game plan that was very reproducible. It doesn't matter if you had this unbeatable hand in a deck if you only pulled that hand 1 out of 10 games. Or even 1 out of 4 games. Or even 1 out of 2 games. You needed a godly hand. You needed consistency. You needed an immense amount of consistency, and it actually did hurt the game. They needed a little bit of variance to fucking mix things up. They needed more effects that both players could enforce variance on each other at the very least, like reshuffles and stuff like that.
I can understand that, as it was in Gwent, but I want to highlight both the positives and negatives of the design. Lack of RNG makes the game played out more deliberately, and thus leading to less frustrating experiences, more of a figured out game, and thus less of those kind of like, oh my god, I can't believe it's Hearthstone moments. This was the same issue that Gwent had as the CCG, where people would describe the game as only being customizable decision-wise the first 5 rounds. But that's where LOR was headed as well. Each player had a nexus with 20 HP that must be destroyed for a victory, kind of like League of Legends, right? And champions are, as we already discussed, a major part of the game, which served as like hero units with the ability to level up and gain new powers and abilities, and influence the other monster cards or followers as they are dubbed. Kind of like a Planeswalker. With the combination of champions and their followers, players must attempt to dominate the board until they can rush their opponent's nexus. But don't fret. There are spell cards too that vary based on the speed of their cast, but can assist you in the control of the board. Champions and followers, instead of having colors or monster types, like in Hearthstone or MTG, would instead have regions that they would call home, and not really focus on the monster type stuff. These regions would have different champions and followers and approaches to combat, and even doubly so, since neutral cards didn't even exist in the game, you could combine up to 2 different regions in your deck, making it way customizable. Players start the game by choosing their hand amongst 4 cards and with the ability to mulligan specific cards, which was actually a nice touch. You then gain mana over time, but actually have the ability to bank the mana. Players then draw 1 card per round from a deck of 40 overall, and take turns on who is on attack or defense. Now, this should sound familiar to MTG players, but it's actually kind of rare amongst CCGs. You stack the board with monsters or bide your time to do such, and press your opponent. It's almost like a played out brawl where the cards just come and go and come and go and come and go, and that's kind of the intention. Your opponent can then choose which defenders they want to defend while you're on your attacking spree, allowing the combat to then be resolved. Health is also not regenerated, much like an MTG. The issues with design in LOR are that despite having deck types that are common in card games, such as Control, Aggro decks, and etc., due to having auto-generated land and lacking the deeper strategic focus, is that these played out in LOR without that much variety. The variety was simply the deck type, and that removed a mountain of complexity in the game, which means that the game can play out almost exactly the same sometimes, which makes for a very poor competitive game and not a very fun game to watch. This would give the game less longevity and make it not as
unfucking believably boring to watch. And that was the biggest kill to the competitive scene, is that experience on climbing the ranked ladder was exactly the same in tournaments. I only managed to compete in one tournament, but it was so boring. It did not change. Even though they had on its face kind of interesting tournament rules, it ended up being so goddamn boring.
Exciting to the streamer and YouTube audience. Legends of Runeterra felt like it was designed to be a feel-good game, both gameplay and monetization-wise, and it probably succeeded at that, but from a gameplay perspective, that meant less complexity. More 1-2-3 punch combo focuses for simpler exchanges on the stack, and less of an ability to utilize neutral cards for strategic depth, since that greatly would complicate the game. And from the monetization's perspective, that meant that you were easily able to get the cards and decks that you needed, without needing to spend money, which sounds great. Problem being, that was actually a crucial point and focus of card games in general, and CCGs in particular. What I mean is that I'm going to get hate from people who don't understand what I'm trying to say, but CCGs and TCGs need monetization, and that's in your face, because it gives the cards values, and cards have value in a card game, especially a trading card game. It's crucial, right? This means that if there's no economy in your card game, or the economy doesn't allow for higher end participants to stack the paper with rare skins and more cards, it means that you create this almost socialistic, everyone is equal economy, where now people don't have to earn anything and don't have a desire to be put on pathways towards more unlockables anyway because everyone gets them. Suddenly players don't care about playing draft mode and going on long runs, a famous part of all card games, especially CCGs, or adding more super rares to their collection since they already have them all. Worse, in LOR, there is no real way for the game to make money. Expansions were set to be free, and cosmetics were limited when compared to other card games.
The cosmetics were just really bad. Like I said, because there was a standard and unlimited mode, when you bought cosmetics for your cards, which were the big, beautiful, cool cosmetics for the game, which were these alternate card arts with alternate animations, those animations only applied to that card and not the supporting cards, so your card now also looks weirdly out of place, which I thought was a negative. But on top of all of that, you risk your card that you spent money on moving to unlimited.
Like Hearthstone and Gwent. There wasn't really a good and reliable way to keep spending money on Legends of Runeterra, even if you wanted to. It's one of the few games that I've heard people actually tell me, it's like that Fry meme, take my money, damn it. And while this sounds cute, and we can certainly pat Riot Games on the back for it, their bills weren't going to kumbaya with rainbows over their inability to make money, especially when they were pouring so much money into the game. Whereas, like I said before, it's not like Riot Games could suddenly fix their monetization issues without creating a massive backlash of betrayal. Hint, hint. They were in a fast burn situation where they couldn't outrun how much money they were spending, and their only way was trying to smash through everything with massive success. But the level of expectations and financial burden being placed on Legends of Runeterra from their proxy developer Riot Games and everyone around it was immense. The first core set release would happen in the fall of 2020 and would introduce 51 new cards and 5 new champions and multiple new mechanics, with the introduction of Freljord, Ionia, Shadow Isle regions, and subsequent cards and, well, the champions that come with them. This set was divided into 5 separate expansions, released over the course of weeks. The advertisement put into these trailers, there was a lot of it, but there didn't seem to be much media crossover for Legends of Runeterra. Call of the Mountain was a serious effort from Runeterra, but even then you could start to see that it wasn't having the most effect on getting other players to try the game out. And well, you can also see in the early expansions that there was a lot of development going into these expansions, just based on how many people were involved in the development. Empires of the Ascended would add new cards and new favorites, this time centering the expansion around none other than Shurima and the champions that are associated with it, which were some favorites. It's strange though, the marketing style is there, the ideas are there, but it's like LOR even just early on felt like it was missing something. Whether it be the fact that the game didn't have a single player mode that it could advertise, despite all this story focus that they were advertising, or whatever marketing was being done for the game just
No,
was
the single player mode is not the problem. Single player mode is what killed the game, because they added a single player mode eventually, and then seemingly decided that that was more popular than the core of the game, and only ever supported the single player mode to the point where they were releasing cards for the single player mode that weren't even available for the actual CCG.
Isn't resonating with people. The problem is this only would worsen over time as it does in most CCGs, as the burden to entry becomes just harder and harder. But at least with LOR that wouldn't be that much of an issue. However, as people were spending more time buying cards in their own CCG or TCG of choice, there were probably less chances they would return to LOR. Even if the expansions were impressive, and if they would return, they would probably only return long enough to get the cards they wanted, and then dip out after getting bored. Sort of how with Virtual Worlds expansions do little to attract new players in the same way that new player-focused efforts do. This is the thing with CCGs and TCGs especially. These games have massive audiences for sure, but they are a mixture of old and loyal players and then the constant influx of like new and maybe younger players. And think about it, joining MTG or Pokemon's not just about playing those card games, but joining those ecosystems, those economies, and those worlds. MTG has tons of collecting aspects, winnable cards and booster packs, and a built-in community system with stores having what people would call locals, that are tournaments or venues that host local tournaments for local players. The same would apply to Pokemon, with even more focus put on collecting and joining the complete world of the IP with the games and anime and more. LOR didn't have much of an economy, and had nearly no story that wasn't just readable or listenable. Sure, it might seem unfair to compare it to other TCGs, but the point is that that's what the core of a TCG is. That's what makes it a TCG. What about a CCG? They're basically like the worst value version and proposition traded for convenience, right? They give you the faster paced gameplay traded for the complexity or communal relations, since most CCGs don't allow any socialization in them at all, but that's a trade that many people seem to be okay with. But what makes Hearthstone or MTG Arena work? Well, they attack your dopamine receptors in other ways, and there are a slew of ways to motivate you to complete the quests or storylines in the game besides just having fun and adventure, like getting more cards, rare vanity, and even booster packs. Remember something that was completely lacking in LOR? With all that comes with Riot Games comes the expectation of esports, let's be honest. But that doesn't tell the whole story, and kind of makes you think that Riot Games was always this like mega esport powerhouse that spent large amounts of money. But Riot Games, in reality, with their first game, League of Legends, built the competitive scene from the ground up into a behemoth. And then after learning how, seemingly, skip the growth process with Valorant due to knowing how things worked and approaching an already well-established formula and innovating on it and creating yet another mega esport. Few know, however, that esports was also attempted with Legends of Runeterra, and that would start with the first World Championship in September of 2021, first announced in April 2021. The numbers for this were respectable, as I always like to compare these things since it's important to know is this actually a fad that people are just pumping money into or an actual esport. The numbers here felt like they were something to build upon. But just because Riot Games had did it right before, and did it right twice, didn't mean that they could do it right with every single game and make every single game of theirs an esport. And as time would tell, the community would largely reject LOR as an esport despite Riot's efforts. Following their successful first World Championship, Riot would unveil another expansion, Guardians of the Ancient, which would include 3 new champions and 42 new cards. Balancing for the ever-changing meta of card games was always going to be difficult, but even more so difficult in the case of Legends of Runeterra because neutral cards didn't exist, and thus all cards had to be made from regions with unique interactions in mind. I bet a large amount of their large team was probably just spent on live PvP testing and balancing. Beyond the Bandlewood was one of the bigger expansions for the game yet, and would drop August 2021, with 120 new cards and 8 new champions spread across 2 different regions, Bandle City and Bilgewater. The speed of the updates for LOR seemed admirable, and really they were. But underneath that surface, their ideas were too much, too fast. I mean, LOR...
They were also too samey, too fast. A lot of the mechanics that were added were disappointingly not interesting. We very quickly got keywords and mechanics in the game that were ostensibly exactly the same as existing keywords and mechanics. It was very boring. For all of the complexity that could have been introduced into this game, there ended up being more, as the game developed, more interesting mechanics in much older CCGs. I think for interest of mechanics, Shadowverse is my gold standard of CCGs that have been out there, and this game just did not push it. They just did not do interesting things with keywords and mechanics.
A serious team, but with how fast they were cooking up new regions and expansions, could they resist the common slope towards burnout? And were they actually making the money for that? Remember, as we typically talk about with multiplayer games, with theme park style content, as we talk about in virtual worlds, this content can be very popular in the big mainstream sense, but only like 2 or 3 developers with boatloads of cash are able to pull it off. Live development with live content development going on at the same time is just difficult if you're not making enough money to warrant it. And worse, with all that rushing for new content, could they even make their investment back in the game and that content back itself? Remember, although the new player experience was great in LOR, it was almost too great. Or once your window of opportunity to monetize a player would expire, which was already fleeting to begin with, you effectively couldn't monetize them anymore. While for the first year of development, Legends of Runeterra launched without a single-player mode, making it non-competitive with most CCGs, they would actually get one, though in limited fashion at first with the Path of Champions. Path of Champions was like a roguelite at its core, not really allowing for deck customization that you could do in most Hearthstone-like single-player encounters, but instead allowing you to play the encounters differently based on how you wanted to, with customization options that would pop up through the quest line, which were also unique for each champion. This allowed for more replayability, because although you could make your deck in Hearthstone, maybe not being able to do that but having more random encounters could lead to that. At least that was the idea here. And Path of Champions for the first time, I think, really showed the story of League of Legends, though Arcane would drop the same month and absolutely blow up. And Riot Games would spend a boatload on Arcane too, so they had some serious money. But at some point that money can dry up, or projects are gonna have to be cold to prevent that. Sometime during the spring of 2022, the lead director on the project, and one of the founders on the idea even, Riot Umbridge, Andrew Yip, would quietly depart the project. It's hard to know why, since no reason was listed, but Andrew would kind of go dark for a number of years before ending up joining more Riot alumni with a new company dubbed Theorycraft Games sometime later in 2025. It's not out of the question to see departures on projects, but losing someone who helped basically found the project and spearhead it...
It's unknown whether that's real. It's unknown whether that's real. The MMO has been in the talks. Honestly, like, the biggest thing Riot has been fucking up lately is just not advertising things. Like, how many people knew this fucking fighting game even existed? And it's like, yeah, they fucked up back in the day with this too. Like, they also made other decisions that ruined what was my favorite CCG. And the one I was the most competitive at. Yet, that's what's sad, is 2XKO is fun. That it's just like, most people don't even know it exists. And it released with too few champions. And it's worrying that it might fall apart because they just, like, botched it. This game was also really fun when it released, but because they released it to such a middling, underperforming, like, opening, it just treaded water and then died. Yes, they did. They did, because it didn't get the reception they thought it would. but that's their fault. They didn't advertise it at all.
Was always going to be a worrying sign. A few months later, according to LinkedIn, and Jeff Ju, the other part of that puzzle, would depart as well, being the second main founder on LOR and a serious force behind Riot Games itself. You can't imagine that these departures were anything but pretty for either side, and would sadly start to form a pattern going forward for Riot Games with Legends of Runeterra. I mean, when you have like founder employees leaving, which also happened with Twitch, and I know a few of those founder employees, there's always a reason for it. I think these departures must have had to do with the ever-changing direction of Legends of Runeterra, which started as a more casual-centric game and started to slowly become more competitive, especially with its World Championship. But with May 2020's expansion, World Walker, and the introduction of the Path of Champions 2.0, the game would take more of a leap into the other direction of being a roguelite mode and content, which seemed to...
I mean, yeah, this is why I stopped playing, is because we, at this point, we were only getting patches for the single-player mode, and I mean, I played the game for a competitive CCG experience, and I can't have a fucking competitive solo-player game. Like, it's just ridiculous. Oh, Theorycraft made Supervive. You know, Supervive was good, but again, they kind of like fucked it. It just wasn't... It wasn't distinct enough. I didn't realize,
be actually working for them. Now let's get the controversy out of the way. During this release, that there would also be the release of the cash shop currency that would allow you to purchase certain characters without having to earn them by playing the game. This angered some players because they felt that, although they had plenty of value in the game, they were always promised that they weren't going to have to buy characters like that. But to be fair, I mean, if this is like their whole selling point, Riot has to make money somehow. But the fact that their audience is resistant to them doing that shows you that there's probably a problem in the design. You see what I'm saying? The expansion, though, would introduce 67 new cards and a few new champions, and more fleshed out progression for the Path of Champions. Quietly behind the scenes, though, would be the death of Expeditions, a personal favorite of many CCG fans, including myself. Citing low player numbers, Expeditions were essentially like Arena in Hearthstone, or Brawl in MTG, or Commander, right? Commander references. The real issue here, however, is regarding the non-existent economy. Players aren't motivated to go on runs if nothing is on the line. And so nothing was really on the line in Legends of Runeterra, let's be honest. Which essentially...
Yeah, the Expedition mode fucking sucked. And once again, it didn't contribute towards a ranked score, so why would you play them? Just straight up, like, why would you play them?
Killed one of the largest parts of a CCG, the random arena matches and modes. Legends of Runeterra pivoting to the Path of Champions was the right move.
No, it wasn't. 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 No, it was not. Pivoting towards pivoting your CCG into a solo player mode is just plain stupid. You pivoted a game with an audience towards a mode that is antithetical towards the experience that your core audience is there for. It's literally why I quit. You gave up trying to fix the core game. You gave up and went, what if we just made an entirely different video game? And now your game is in maintenance mode only. So how is that the right choice? You had a core audience, and then you went, what if we made a different video game? And stopped making the game that you liked. That's insane. Imagine if you bought any other video game, and then after 2 years of owning that video game, the game deleted itself and replaced it with an entirely different game. You'd be mad! It's insane. It's insane to do that.
However, their attempt at esports was anything but that. with their second World Championship having super low 12,000 peak player viewership and only 8,000 on average. While Legends of Runeterra had a prize pool that was almost half of Hearthstone's for their World Championship, the viewership, it wasn't anywhere close, it just wasn't there. It was Overwatch all over again, where Activision attempted to force that esport hand as well to very poor results. But not as poor as Legends of Runeterra, at least in terms of viewership, which is probably why you didn't even know it had a pro scene. Though OWL was way bigger of a financial failure, let's be honest. The problem with pro scenes though, and big tournaments, as we've discussed in the series before, including with Overwatch.
Well, like I said, as a competitive Legends of Runeterra player, the pro scene was boring and stupid for the same reason that the game started to fall off, was that they were not creating exciting mechanics, they were not creating complex mechanics, so the game was too easy, too predictable, and too consistent. Especially from high-level CCG players. We were making the best and most complicated decks we could with what we had, but those best, most complicated decks were still not that complicated, and this is the biggest sin here, way too consistent. You could guarantee that your deck played out almost exactly the same every single game because there were too many tutors, there were too few cards in your deck, like your decks were really small, and your decks were literally mostly tutors and card draw. Like, you could draw out your entire deck so fucking easy. And there were, like, no variance effects in the game. There were no cards in the game that reshuffled your deck. There were no cards in the game that reshuffled your enemy's deck. There were cards that would put cards back into your hand and your opponent's hand. Since Riot makes all the money any company needs from LoL and TFT, how long do you see things trying to make a game in every other genre? No, they're always going to do that because while they are a business, they are also full of creatives, and creatives want to expand. Creatives want to expand. They want to make other things. Money just allows them to make other things. They dumped an ungodly amount of money into this game right here, and they set it all on fire. And honestly, it's just because this game was half-baked. It was really half-baked. I wish I could be put in the situation where I could help direct the creation of a CCG. It's probably one of the biggest dreams I have, period, because I am so passionate about CCGs. And I have such... And I can tell you, like, you might have missed it, the biggest problem with this game financially was two things. Financially, the problem was the skins and cosmetics in the game sucked ass. They just did. Like, they were bad cosmetics, so there were no reason to buy them. But on top of that, this game, 1 year into existing, developed an unlimited mode versus a standard mode. If you know anything about CCGs, a standard mode is always more popular than an unlimited mode. So an unlimited mode is akin to deleting cards from a game. Why would you as a consumer ever spend money on a cosmetic knowing there's a risk, even if the cosmetics are good, knowing there's a risk your card gets moved into an unlimited mode? Why would you ever do it? Could you imagine buying a skin in League of Legends if there was a chance your champion got benched and you couldn't play that champion anymore? Not only that, unlimited modes only make sense for TCGs, where there are literally hundreds of cards made every year, and there are reprints of existing cards with different effects. Unlimited, let me say that clearly and again. Unlimited modes only make sense balance-wise and necessity-wise for cards that have regular for games that have regular expansion releases in the quantities of hundreds of cards per year. For example, Magic the Gathering and Pokemon have standard and unlimited play modes because those games release about 600 cards per year. You could not functionally have one play mode with a card population in the thousands. Yeah, it's because no one liked that set. No one liked that set. It's like the most uncollected set of Magic the Gathering that's been released. Nobody liked that set. That set's kind of old now. No one liked it. It didn't have good cards in it, and it didn't have cool cards in it. So just no one liked it. It was just all around a failure. Legends of Runeterra, I might get them for the novelty of loving the show. That's fair. If you just like it, it's worth collecting as just a collectible. But TCGs, which are collectible trading card games, are different from CCGs, like Legends of Runeterra. A CCG will have a smaller release pool, a more limited release pool, and here's the biggest fucking difference. CCGs are digital, which means you never have to re-release a card. You can just patch the card. You can nerf and buff the card. You can entirely change the card. The biggest failure, and I mean this not just for Legends of Runeterra, but all digital card games I have ever played and that have ever existed in this environment, and I'm gonna fucking say this very, very clearly, is that they refuse to change cards. Imagine, again, if League of Legends, instead of ever changing champions, instead of ever reworking them, or buffing them, or nerfing them, just deleted them. That's how stupid an unlimited mode is for a CCG. Problematic cards can be buffed, nerfed, or changed in a CCG. They cannot in a TCG because they are already printed and in circulation. So the only solution is rotating them out or banning them from competitive play. That is a limiting solution for TCGs. A CCG, a digital CCG, does not have that limitation. You can nerf, buff, or entirely change a card. And Hearthstone doesn't do this. Legends of Runeterra has never done this. Shadowverse never did this. It's fucking stupid and psychotic. You are playing by a physical media rule with your digital media. It's crazy.
Watch is that these aren't actual ecosystems being designed to make a living. That's because sports systems aren't just erected overnight, unless they have this in mind. Meanwhile, Hearthstone had like 20 plus medium to major tournaments every year at all levels of play, and even the fireside tournament scene before they got rid of that. And of course, MTG Arena has like a million different tournament formats, though they're less of a proper tournament and more of just a pool of players. LOR didn't seem to take notes from Hearthstone or MTG Arena, and instead Riot Games chose to apply their typical approach with other esports here. However, the forcing of Legends of Runeterra as an esport wasn't a success, especially if anything, it just showcased how non-competitive the game was to everybody and how it wasn't very exciting to watch. But not even in like an entertaining way that made people want to keep watching it, like with Hearthstone, which we constantly make fun of its world championship scenes when they're decided on complete RNG roles. But at least it's really fun to watch and there's still skill there. Instead, with Legends of Runeterra, we have just this like lukewarm steak without any seasoning. You still eat it when someone serves it to you, but you just wish that something more had been put into it. Riot Games would announce a competitive rework for Legends of Runeterra to start off 2023. And while that might sound like they were trying to make the game more competitive overall, it actually was more of an approach at making the game competitive at all levels, which was like I was talking about with MTG Arena's different modes. This was the right move, and with the introduction of more variety of play and tournament events, this could help the game. This would allow players that weren't just playing the ranked mode to still get the competitive feel, look, and enjoyment, and have fun with just more variety. Honestly, all of this was a great idea, and full disclosure, whenever I've been consulting on a video game, I've actually given this advice. Problem being, this was 2 years after launch, and a year after pushing competitive play, so it felt like a good idea that took a bit too long to come to the fray. I can't help but think another year of development would have helped, because it's not like they are really making any money on the expansions anyway, right? Speaking of the expansions, Gloria Navori would drop March 29th, 2023 and introduce 47 new cards. But it's at this time that you can start to see things slow down. I mean, that's okay. Content-wise, they can't sprint forever. They were already putting out an insane amount of cards, like 250 plus a year. But more so that the slowing down of the production is more so a key identifier, or a clue. Notice the credits on the expansion. From here on, they will only continue to shrink, especially as many of those same names are moved to other projects within Riot or depart the company altogether. This was especially true following the Fates Voyage expansion, which would drop September 12th, 2023. Around this time, according to my piecing together of their development team, which was actually a bit difficult to do since it's not publicly listed, and tracking their LinkedIn and official reports, and during this time, multiple high-profile devs would start leaving the project or be moved elsewhere, starting with longtime developer Connor Fizz and Chips Sheehy, who was a senior narrative writer, now being moved to Valorant. More would depart, such as the principal concept artist Christopher Campbell and the narrative writer Rowan Williams. Megan Little Leaf Bow, a prior quality assurance analyst, would be moved to creative lead now, which was quite the career jump. That either meant that they had a crap ton of faith in her, or not much else was left. The departures wouldn't stop there either, on the end of 2023, which would result in another even more lackluster world championship for Legends of Runeterra, with numbers peaking at 7,800 peak players, which was their average number from the world championship prior. That's also less than a BoobTube streamer on a fat day. But the glowing reviews from Riot employees would start drying up quickly in January of 2024, when they would do one of the biggest employee layoffs ever, 530 employees to be exact. And more than just the
How the fuck did this game have 500 employees? That's what I always don't understand about these games. They do make crazy money, but this had to be to its detriment. This needs 10 people in a balance team. It needs probably a good amount of people in customer support. Like, probably a good number of people. That would be a huge number. You might need like 50 plus people for customer support. And then you probably need a team of like 10 coders. And then probably like a team of at least like 10 network devs or something. To make sure the network's always running properly. And that's it. Because here's the thing. They didn't make the art for this game. They contracted it out to a different studio. So they didn't have artists on roll. So you really just need, like, devs, like a team of devs / balance. A team of coders. Like, quality assurance / customer support. Network. And then, like, what else the fuck do you need? You're hiring out voice actors. You're hiring out art. Like, just what the fuck were you doing?
Rank and file would be the departure of many of the key talent working on Legends of Runeterra from the beginning, such as the lead developer, Steve Rubin, or the senior writer, Ian St. Martin. That's just the beginning of the layoffs, though. They would lay off 6 senior positions in total.
I'm sorry, you just didn't need writers for it. You just didn't need writers for it. You already have writers for League of Legends. You don't need separate fucking writers for Runeterra. You just copy the same fucking lore.
3 lead roles and even more would be moved to other Riot Games projects. LOR was heavily targeted because Riot Games would admit that the game was just facing financial challenges due to costing more money to develop and support than the game would make. Being the feel-good CCG, monetization-wise, had made their position untenable. And just when...
It was only... It's fine that it was a feel-good CCG that was player-forward in obtaining your collection. Because you just needed to actually have cosmetics that were worth buying. And an environment of cosmetics that made sense. Your your environment of cosmetics is just dumb. It was dumb. It was so fucking dumb.
Things couldn't get worse, but always following the announcement of such a large firing was the downsizing of the team and content promise for Legends of Runeterra going forward. Effectively, the game would be shifted to maintenance mode with a complete focus shifting to the PvE roguelite mode, Path of Champions. This meant that the game was no longer a serious PvP game and no longer a serious focus for Riot. And
yeah, and it's why I quit.
Little more than quality of life changes and seasonal events and some content here and there. This would mean, as we would find out a year later, no new cosmetics, no serious updates, PvP now being basically abandoned, and the new champions added to the game only being playable in Path of Champions.
The first time a patch hit where there was only PvE content, I went, oh, the game is dead, and I quit. The moment that happened, I quit. I was like, oh, the game is completely dead. They don't give a shit about me.
Hard art was seemingly ripped from arcane screenshots and screen grabs, and the last Champions added just seemed unfinished. Even if Path of Champions was reportedly the new focus, the new champions there were lacking voice work and the story content in the same way as before. It's like immediately the shifting to maintenance mode was felt, even if they were still going to be taking care of their golden goose, the Path of Champions. I think this is demonstrated even more with the newest expansion to follow the dreaded announcement, Dreamlight Paths. While not a bad expansion, it was clearly lacking in the same pizzazz as previous expansions, and virtually having no advertisement to accompany it. I can't even find any press releases about it, for example, and more of the signs being shown of a dying game, this time with reused assets, and the lack of the unique splash art that the game was famous for. The final dagger would be twisted December 6th, 2024 with the introduction of a new card game set in the Legend of League of Legends universe. This time, a TCG, aka a playable trading card game. Now, we still don't know if that means that there will be any digital component to accompany it, but as it stands, and according to the early testing at Riot Studios, Project K, now officially known as...
This game is so lazy, by the way. It literally just uses all the art from Legends of Runeterra. I don't know if you've seen the physical card game. It has even fewer mechanics than Legends of Runeterra had. And just reuses the art. It is the most nothing card game I've ever seen. It's so fucking lame.
Riftbound was a TCG and Riot's new toy. It's almost like Riot wasn't happy with how things ended with their CCG, so instead of attempting to fix it or try it again, they just made a TCG, which would later open up the ability to go digital as well. So it's not a terrible idea. And I know the fans probably hate it. I mean, you just saw Riot announce a new card game and promise to support it this time, for sure this time.
These are literally all just art assets from the video game. They just reuse them all.
And obviously that would rub people the wrong way, feeling like
they all have the same they either have the same effects or just no effect at all, because this game has so many fewer effects. It's so bad.
It had just abandoned their previous card game, Legends of Runeterra. I mean, read the top comments on the announcement. Riot, who had a typical history of always captivating their audience and eliciting all kinds of glaze, was being accused as an abandoner, and people were losing their faith in the apparent new card game before it ever even came out. Now, maybe that's just not the same audience, and maybe Riftbound never gets a digital component, so those fans that are mad at it aren't really as important, but I'm willing to bet that there would still be some crossover there, right? Like, even me, for example. It's hard to blame people's skepticism, though, and cynicism.
Yeah, I have cynicism and skepticism, because honestly, the only people that seem to fucking be collecting Legends of Runeterra are collecting it for the fact that all card games right now are overly hyped as basically NFTs. Like, people are just collecting shit for cash value.
When LOR was in maintenance mode, and it didn't have new expansions or really any new serious content in over a year. Even with their announcement of a roadmap for 2025, picking through that roadmap was slim pickings, which consisted of, as I predicted, new events and then a few champions.
Half of your emotions are just those two. Cynicism and skepticism. God damn it, Logan. I feel joy! Even if it's fleeting and rare.
Here and there. But for reference, Mel, who was previously teased before this big announcement, had now been pushed back over 6 months. That meant that showed how slow development for the game had gotten when a champion was being pushed 6 months back. There were still some updates coming, but Riot wasn't even bothering to update the season rewards for PvP.
So I get 4 emotions? You know what, for a man, that's actually a lot. I'll take it. 4 emotions for a man seems like a lot. I think that makes me a complete, broad spectrum, man. Yeah. 4's pretty good for a man.
Anymore. Legends of Runeterra really started to feel, just 5 years after its launch, mostly abandoned, especially by the fan base that once enjoyed the game, because they felt like they were abandoned by Riot.
I was abandoned! I took this game so goddamn seriously. I played it for probably more than 1,000 hours. I placed Master Tier every single fucking season that I played. I placed top 100 for more than half of those seasons, and I placed top 10. I tried to compete in every tournament you ever ran. And you just shot yourself in the face with it. You burned the game that was that you attracted us with to the ground.
The music is playing, detectives, and we must call an end to this case. While it might seem early to call the case, remember, Riot Games just moved LOR into maintenance mode and just announced a whole other card game. It might seem soon, but it looks like LOR's time in the sun, if it ever even had much of one, is just about gone. And so, why did Legends of Runeterra find itself in the Death of a Game series? And, well, if you weren't able to pick up on the clues along the way, or just want to watch and hear me do my thing, I appreciate it. Why did Legends of Runeterra fail, even if it's just still barely?
I mean, it failed because it abandoned its core audience, it misunderstood its core audience, it had no clear plan or destination for its monetization, and it never did anything exciting or interesting.
Kicking. LOR was not profitable, and a total money sink, a loss of major talent, lack of depth, and wow moments. Abandoned for a new card game in Riftbound. It was a feel-good game. Now, that last...
I mean, yeah, he's right. I don't think the feel-good part makes sense. I think the feel-good was actually a positive. The being able to play a card game for free, for, like, not being walled off from your competitive pieces used to compete playing the game is good. What is bad is they do need to be able to make money somehow, and if it's not by selling you cards, it needs to be by selling you cosmetics. And their cosmetics were incredibly half-baked and incredibly bad. They were bad. They were very, very, very bad. Their cosmetics were for individual champion cards that affected none of the supporting cards for those champions, which means you'd get like a sci-fi skin for Zed, and then none of Zed's supporting ninja cards would get sci-fi'd, so he'd just look weird and out of place. And you'd only even get to see your skin you paid money for the brief periods of time your card is on the board. And you'd only get to see the cool, unique animation that came with your skin once per game. Is that worth money? I didn't think so, so I never bought a cosmetic in the game. The problem was not that the game was feel good and free, it's that they had no plan for monetization.
Point is a bit more conflicting than you might know, at least for me. That's because Legends of Runeterra really was a win for consumers, and for CCGs. It felt like, good to have a CCG that you could actually recommend to people, without feeling like you had to, warn them because you were secretly hacking their wallet ahead of time. And it felt good to have a CCG for once that was actually, consumer forward. And selfishly, as I'm sure many of you can agree, it felt great to have the story of League of Legends, something before Arcane, released, because it was so tight-lipped. But the business part of me, and it exists because we all have to make a living, right? Including me, who runs my own business, including this channel. Thanks for the support. The part of pure evil is the business part, right? I'm just kidding. But says, well, this was a total flop, right? From losing so much of your major talent, like founding employees, to losing millions and millions of dollars. The feel-good ideas are just that. They're feel-good ideas. At best, you have to make concessions to make a financially feasible game when trying to make a feel-good game, lest you end up with a game that ends up having to tuck its tail faster than almost any other.
I'm just saying, it's cosmetics. Here's the thing, so I made my own card game. I did. I made my own card game. I call the card game Treachery. It is a hero-based card game. I hope one day to be able to find people to be able to either fund it or get money to fund creating art, for a series of cards. But I have the rules and the base set of cards for this card game. I call it Treachery. The card game is a hero-based card game where you, much like Hearthstone in a way, but much more focused on the hero, where your health pool that represents your player is this one starting card that is, and when it dies, you lose the game. You are like, you essentially are that hero card. And the hero cards have, like, a quest mechanic, basically, or a level up mechanic, to compare it to Legends of Runeterra, where they have a condition that when you meet it, you flip the card over, and it becomes a new card with new effects, basically. This lends itself, if it were to be digital with cosmetics, better to selling cosmetics. Because now, if you're selling a skin for your hero card, that hero card is, one, always in front of you. It's not only in front of you for the time that it's on the board, because this card is always there so long as you haven't lost. It is your health pool, like a Hearthstone. It is your health pool. It has special actions that it can perform that add a lot of variability. And somewhat like Magic the Gathering or Legend of Terra, the cards that you can put in your deck that support your hero are based off of that card's allegiances. That's what I called them, allegiances. So it's you can only support your hero with cards that share its allegiance. And it's the gameplay of the card game is inspired by tabletop battlers like Warhammer 40k. Because I am not just a card game fan, but I'm a tabletop fan, and I wanted to come up with a game that combines both. So the combat of the game is much more about developing. You first develop an army, and then have a prolonged back and forth fight between those armies, where things are not constantly trading in and out. So it's more about developing an army during the gameplay of the board, and then essentially having a climactic fight that has essentially a winner after just a few skirmishes. So the gameplay of the game is much less back and forth development to classic card games, which also lends to that, like, hero combat feel. There's also, because you have you have massive gameplay changes based on your hero card, decks can have much greater variety, and have introduced variants based on that. Because it's very important that your games don't feel incredibly samey. Part of that variance can be things like combat rolls in a tabletop game, because you can fail attacks in a tabletop game. You want your strategy to feel somewhat consistent, and have high and low moments. So this is a card game that, like I said, inspired by tabletop games, involves combat rolls on top of your card's effects. If you did something like that digitally, you could monetize it while having all of the cards be free, like in Legends of Runeterra, because you could just sell skins for your hero cards. The general play patterns for your cards can also be different. So these are like placeholders, kind of like placeholder titles, but I like one of the like kind of like beta heroes that I have is just called Cowardly King. One of his things is that he can force his cards to essentially block for him. so he can, like, throw his subjects out in front of him. He also, like, heavily relies on a gold mechanic because he's basically having to pay all of his people to work for him. A counterexample is another beta card is just the Lich Queen. This is a character that every time she kills another soldier, she absorbs that card and equips that card as an equipment. Now, I do not have rules that say you can't kill your own cards. So you could strike down your own soldiers if you wanted to, so that you could equip them to her as equipment. And what that does with her equip rules is that when you equip another like soldier card to her, she gets to use any moves that card had, or actions. I call them actions, or spells. So there are two types of actions that any card can make, and they have different consumable, or they have different resource costs. There are actions, which are physical attacks, or physical actions that a card can make. These cost stamina as a resource. And then there are spells that cards can cast, and those take mana. So there's stamina and mana. Stamina is dependent on the individual card. Mana is dependent on a pool for your whole army. So that's just like illustrative of how you can change up your entire strategies and gameplay based on your heroes having drastically different abilities. And how you will drastically change how you build a deck around your heroes. This like balancing mindset is something that I took into account when coming up with like the construct for this game, because one of my problems with every CCG that I have encountered is that despite any regional differences that end up happening in a game like Magic or Legends Runeterra, or maybe typing differences in a game like Magic or Pokemon, is that all of these games tend towards homogeny, where the differences between regions inevitably evaporate. Because you need to create parity between effects for regions, for balance, inevitably. So effects either inevitably get cross-shared between all regions, with some regions just having more cards that have those effects, or regions getting unique keywords that are essentially the exact same as keywords from other regions. But anyways, let's I guess play a TFT game before I end stream, because I think we're probably we're almost at 4 hours. We've had some yapping. As much as TFT misses, I'd say TFT very much succeeds in adding an amount of variance to its game that keeps games somewhat interesting. generally when I have a problem with TFT, it's actually not because the variance is bad. I think the variance is probably one of the strongest points that keeps me coming back to TFT. Normally what I have a problem with is that there are balance problems. The game is very slow and inaccurate to address balance problems. I just wish there was a really good CCG out there. Like digital CCG out there. I long for one so much, and it... Like I said, I have such a strong passion for CCGs. They're my favorite game.
No heart binds me.
I offer many paths to tranquility.
Okay, cool, a meeple. It's probably good, because I think meeple's probably one of the stronger things in this meta. Okay, Jinx could be good. Okay, a sword.
I'm on the job. Twilight fades.
We're not that excited about any of these champions, but we'll grab some just as holders. Okay. If we could luck into a third Anima is sometimes worth high rolling for. Timebreaker is definitely worth having. Teemo could be good early just because he's kind of strong by himself. Heat Death, I think, is really bad. I don't think light early learning's actually good. You know, Hustler, I think, is probably pretty good.
Twilight fades.
I'll savor this. Look out!
Okay, good early W. Sleep it off, pal.
I go where my research takes me.
Well.
There is mischief in the stars.
You know
Also
what,
gas
real quick,
clouds.
let's...
They smell like farts.
Damn it. Not good. I just wanted to see what the options were for it. I was too slow. That sucks. We could have had 25 stacks on our anima.
I'm gonna clean this galaxy from the inside out.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna lean into anima.
Knowledge is power. Try reading a book.
We'll take
Take it
Ari.
easy.
We're gonna need a defensive item, so we'll go ahead and grab that. We would prefer to be losing, but... let's look for some stuff. Okay, so...
Everybody panic.
It's a good placeholder. Oop, that's one we want.
You're not laughing.
My god doesn't want
Ooh, there we
peace.
go. We don't need you. We do want
Let's
you.
go.
Don't need you.
What's up, Buttercup?
We need Maokai. Yeah, we want Maokai.
What's up, Buttercup?
It's an okay item.
Knowledge is power. Try reading a book.
That's pretty good. Throw you out. We'll Maokai for Brawler, and then we'll throw out this Collie for Marauder. And we'll try and find Mighty Mech for Voyager.
Kiss, kiss. Even gravity can't slow me down.
We'll just go for wins. It'll be slower, but we'll still actually be able to, like, stack points up. Let's do focused fire. That's gonna be pretty alright.
Go.
Yeah, 5% every 5 seconds is pretty good. Most of our, or pretty much everyone except Aurora is going to have AD. Aurora and, yeah, only Aurora, Maokai, and Mighty Mech won't have AD. Ooh, that could be good. Yeah, we'll take Aegis of Dawn. We want to just keep leveling because most of the people we want are 3 costs, so we're fine with just leveling. And we don't have to save because we're not getting income.
What's up, Buttercup? Kiss, kiss.
Knowledge is power. Try reading a book.
I offer
Yeah, we're just going full Ari. Okay. We'll do the Rost. It tears up our Rost, and we could use a bow for like a Giant Slayer or something. Maybe. There's other things we could get out of it too. Oh, lots of people picked Ari. Ugh. Okay, we got Marauder activated, Redeemer's up. Oh yeah, there we go. We'll lock that.
What's up, Buttercup? You should have run.
W. We're getting an alright amount of these. If we get 3-star Ross, that would be pretty good. Just because the Redeemer bonus scales with his rank. So then we get 3 and 3. We end up getting 1.5 more. Nice. Jinx is pretty good for farming wins with the anima points, just because she actually, like, does AoE damage. There's Maokai. Now that we have Maokai, we could start leveling again, because that'll activate Nova and Brawler. So we'll get 2 more procs out of it. Nice. Phantom. We kind of want a sword. Not a sword. I guess we'll just hold off on those, because these aren't very good items. I feel like there's no reason to use any of these items, actually. Yeah, unfortunately, which, you know, could be good, because it means we'll lose more right here. Just because everyone else who got items that actually got to use those items is going to be much stronger. Nice. And we got to our first mark.
Try reading a book.
Ooh, Pandora's items could be really good. This could be really good too. 100 health and 15 attack damage. Let's take cybernetic implants.
A bargain is due.
Can't wait. It's better to have that. Same number of things activated.
What's up, Buttercup?
Okay, we're good. We got slapped, but it's fine. Get some points.
The machine is ready.
Tom Kench hopefully gives us some tight loot. God, they're front line. Oh, we got 8. Got absolutely eaten. Probably not going to win any LP this game. I'm thinking, like, we didn't get our L's early for Anima. So it's like, how are we actually going to cash out a good Anima this game? I mean, we might as well, because, like, that's 9 gold if it's something we don't want. Like, 9 gold. So we miss out on virtually nothing. So yeah, like, useless to us and useless to us, but... You know, I really hate those because they basically just added, like, the multiplayer, like, random roles to solo player, which I really dislike because those are not a good part of multiplayer. Because, like, anyone who chose that and got a legendary that actually is usable in their comp just got an insane power upgrade so early that no one else is getting. Oh, that's crazy.
Knowledge is power. Try reading a book. Let's get this over with.
And what we get?
Kiss, kiss.
Yes. And experience. So guess we'll throw Marauder out. I probably want... I'm thinking I probably want a Asterix Gay or a Striker Flail.
Relax a little.
Everybody panic.
Let's go.
What if we went into this? Whew. I mean, he's doing okay damage, but our front line is trash. And we're out. Oh well. We knew we were screwed. We just didn't get the wins early. Is what happens. Also, yeah, like, we were trying to pivot because this person maxed out their misfortune, so we knew we wouldn't be able to go the misfortune angle. It's sad. And unfortunately, yeah, like, early we wanted to do Meeple, but, I mean, Meeple is, like, probably the most contested build, with fucking Darkstar being a situationally contested build. It's just, like, Meeple is way too strong. Specifically just because Corki is Exodia. There are situationally good builds where you can build around, like, yeah, like a misfortune, but we needed to get the misfortunes. And we didn't. They got the misfortune. So we had to pivot, and it was just, like, too late to pivot. It's sad. It is what it is. Anyway, that's going to be all for the stream. Good night, guys. We'll see y'all again tomorrow. It was fun.